Tanya, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Mario.
Tanya, can you hear me?
All good. Thanks, Mario.
Hi, Tanya.
Afternoon, sir. I can hear you clearly.
Thank you, Tanya. Compliments of
Alright.
the year.
And to yourself.
Thanks.
Recording in progress.
Yes. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, it has been noted that not all members who are attending in the chamber are signing the attendance registers. You are kindly reminded to do so because it will reflect against your name in the summary of attendance that will be provided to all members, especially for the purposes of SARS and tax submissions. So please attend to that. The secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members. I move that the report be adopted by this House. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The secretary will read the second order.
First reading debate, Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
Honorable members are now invited to the podium the Honorable Maswanganyi, who will introduce the debate.
You can see. I can some stulu. Va observe lava nga kona. Hinkwaswo swirho swa yindlu ya ku endla milawu. The Revenue Laws Amendment Bill was tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Finance on the 1st of November 2023, together with MTBBS. The introduction of the bill ushers in what is called, popularly known as the two-pot retirement system. The carrying ANC government is introducing the two-pot reform to address the challenges faced by members of retirement funds without them resigning in order to withdraw their pensions. A member will have access to a cash portion, that is the savings pot, while preserving the rest of the retirement, that is the retirement pot. That's the reason why it is called the two-pot retirement system. The two-pot retirement system reform's primary objective is to provide flexibility for fund members to access their retirement savings during emergencies without necessitating resignation. Traditional retirement systems primarily focus on long-term savings, often lacking the adaptability to address immediate financial crisis. Saving pot is intended to serve as a safety net rather than a primary source of income. The two-pot retirement system is meant to assist people to cope with the challenges of financial distress. This reform strikes a balance between long-term security and immediate needs, recognizing life's unpredictability. It permits the fund members to access a portion of their savings during crises such as those seen during the COVID-19 challenges. This change ensures the retirement system remains responsive to diverse financial needs, supporting both long-term financial security and immediate assistance during emergencies. Honorable Chair, there was adequate participation by the public. The committee was briefed by National Treasury on the draft relap on 29 August and held public hearings on the 6th to the 8th of September 2023. On 25th October, National Treasury presented its detailed draft responses to the submissions made by stakeholders to the committee, addressing all the comments made during the public hearings. Overall, 287 submissions were received on the two-pot retirement system. Indeed, there was adequate public participation. The rationale is that this reform aims to encourage preservation before retirement and provide access to funds in emergencies. The reform permits Section 37D deductions under the Pensions Act of 1956 against both vested component and the retirement component of the funds, incentivizing savings through additional deductions. Introducing the saving pot. The introduction of the savings pot is a response to the need for individuals to have flexible access to their retirement funds for various reasons, even before reaching the official retirement age. This provision aims to provide financial security and flexibility, enabling members to make withdrawals without the requirement of ending their employment. The system is structured to balance responsible financial behavior with individual needs. Under the proposed framework, retirement funds will establish a new segment called the savings pot or savings component. This component is intended to offer members the capability to access a portion of their retirement savings before reaching retirement age. Members can make a single withdrawal from the savings pot within a specific year of assessment, providing them with the freedom to choose when to access these funds based on their financial circumstances. In cases where a member resigns from employment and has already made their single withdrawal of that tax year, an additional withdrawal may be permitted if the member's gross interest in the savings pot is less than 2,000 rand. This condition outlines the circumstances for accessing additional funds. The ability to withdraw from the savings pot applies on a fund per fund basis. This means members can access their savings independently from each fund or contract they are associated with. In case of death of a member, beneficiaries have two options. Lump sum. Beneficiaries can opt for a lump sum payment of the benefit or transfer to retirement component. Alternatively, Beneficiaries may choose to transfer the benefit to the retirement component of their retirement fund. From there, they can receive the benefit as annuity payments over a specified period. Introduction of the retirement pot. The retirement pot is designed to ensure that a substantial portion of the retirement savings is preserved until retirement, providing a secure income stream in the form of annuities during the retiree's later years. When a member reaches the retirement age and decides to retire, the retirement pot is to be paid out in the form of an annuity. Annuities provide regular payments to retirees, offering a steady stream of income during retirement years. Withdrawals from the retirement component become accessible as a lump sum when an individual ceases to be a tax resident of South Africa. This means that if an individual is no longer considered a tax resident of South Africa, they have the option to withdraw the funds as a lump sum. The option of accessing a lump sum upon ceasing to be a tax resident is subjected to be a 3-year, is subject to a 3-year rule. The committee agrees in terms of the implementation date with the 1st of September 2024, considering the explanation provided by the Minister of Finance. The committee gives its approval to the new date of 1st September and endorses all the consequential amendments in the bill arising from this amendment. To cater for the two-pot retirement system, retirement funds will have to amend their rules. This will be effected by the adoption of the Pension Funds Amendment Bill. So, Chief Whip will have to come back before Parliament rises to pass this Pension Funds Amendment Bill to effect the two-pot system. Yeah. Retirement funds will be required to submit amended rules to the Financial Sector Conduct Authority for registration and approval. The committee recommends a robust public awareness and education campaign to inform retirement fund members about the features and benefits of the proposed two-pot retirement regime. This will empower individuals to make informed decisions about their retirement savings. The committee also proposes that a new retirement system undergoes periodic reviews and adjustment as needed to adapt to changing economic conditions, demographics, and member needs. Regular assessments will ensure the system remains effective and relevant. The committee also urges retirement fund administrators to build capacity by investing in human capital and systems in order to be ready to implement the new system by the 1st of September 2024. We had a very serious debate during the public hearings where pension fund administrators were saying that they are not ready to implement this on the 1st of March this year. It was very few big fund managers who were ready. So we agreed with Treasury, SARS, and them that between then, because this is not a new system, it was introduced by Treasury as early as 2020, that until the 1st of September, they should have built capacity by training the human capital, introduce relevant systems, whether IT or whatever that they apply to administer, because some of them have never been involved in transactions of this nature, and they agreed. In conclusion, in reviewing the feedback received, it is evident that there is substantial support for the proposed reform. Even Honorable Manye support this one. Yeah. And Honorable Butele, they also support across, even Dr. George and De Villiers support. Yes, unless, because they might have got their caucus mandate overnight, but in the committee, we're agreeing. So you never know with caucuses overnight, they don't support because it's election time. Last year, it was not election time. We were agreeing on everything. While some stakeholders have raised specific concerns or objections regarding the implementation of certain aspects of the reform, they generally endorse the overarching direction of the reform. Honorable Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the report. Nakens.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable George.
Thank you, Chairperson. In 2020, I proposed a private members' bill in response to the devastating financial consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic on hard-working South African households. The core concept was that members should be able to leverage their pension fund asset to their own advantage during their working lifetime without having to resign from their employment and therefore making their future financial prospects even worse. National Treasury undertook to make a more comprehensive proposal, given that the much-promised pension fund reform was already decades overdue, from an uncaring government disinterested in the plight of households battling an emerging government-induced cost of living crisis. When the Pension Funds Act was enacted in 1956, funds were usually defined benefit arrangements. Members received a specific amount on retirement calculated on a formula based on final salary and a number of years' service. One of the disadvantages of defined benefit funds was that withdrawal benefits were usually limited to the member's own contribution, with employers retaining the company's contribution to the fund. In the 1980s, the trade unions pressured employers to convert the funds to defined contribution funding arrangements. Under these, members received a retirement benefit based on their own and employer contributions plus investment return. Crucially, the investment risk passed from the employer to the member. There is no set formula, and if markets perform poorly, members could be significantly worse off. Given that members carry the risk, they should have control over their own asset. This trend continued into the 1990s when employers became the main drivers precisely because they were keen to offload the investment risk. In many instances, workers were transferred out, leaving a small group of management in the defined benefit fund. The fund was then closed and the few remaining members enjoyed the benefits of substantial surpluses that actually belonged to all of the members of the fund. Subsequent legislation addressed surplus apportionment and highlighted the need to ensure that effective regulation is in place before major changes to pension funds. National Treasury did not move quickly in developing the proposals it promised, and members are suffering the consequences of delays in reform. National Treasury never had any mandate to negotiate a postponement that left the industry under the impression that implementation would be March 2025. The committee decided to retain the original commencement date of March 2024. This was the very first time that the committee changed a money bill under the provisions of the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act. This legislation was enacted in 2009 to provide for amendments to the budget, as would be expected in a robust democracy. This will happen more regularly when the ANC loses its majority in this House this year. We will use this process to cut the tax on fuel and remove VAT from bone-in chicken, beef, tin beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder, if the minister does not provide this relief from the cost of living crisis in his budget tomorrow. After consultation with the minister, the committee agreed to a compromise reform implementation date of 1 September 2024. The pension fund environment will change fundamentally and has far-reaching implications for members, employers, and the retirement industry. This pension fund reform, known as the two-pot system, actually is initially a three-pot system comprised of a vested component that is the value of the fund on the day before implementation, a savings component that the member will be able to access prior to retirement, and a retirement component that will not be accessible until retirement, essentially a compulsory preservation. To generate economic jobs and growth, we need to encourage savings, and there is no reason why the now evolving pension fund vehicle cannot be a means to also encourage additional discretionary savings. The Pension Funds Amendment Bill that is vital to the reform was only introduced on the 30th of January 2024. This delay further demonstrated that the ANC government simply doesn't care about battling South African households that could have had some relief next month in March, but must now wait until September because government was sleeping at the wheel yet again. If the bill had been processed with the urgency it deserves, funds would have been able to start preparing in January to be ready for implementation on 1 September 24. On implementation, a one-off amount of 10% of the members' value in the fund, limited to 30,000 Rand, will be available to members. This amount should have been higher and the tax lower than the marginal rate that will be applied. The DA supports this enabling revenue laws amendment bill and will propose that the pension fund amendment bill must also expand pension loan facilities beyond its current restriction to home loans. Members will know why they are still unable to get relief from their own pension fund assets when they go to the ballot box shortly. Government did not rush to help when urgent action was possible and desperately needed, and now the people will not rush to help them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Manyi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, the EFF thanks members of the public and various stakeholders that participated in the development of this bill prior to its tabling by the Minister. The EFF notes that the two-pot retirement system's primary objective is really to provide flexibility for fund members to access their retirement savings during emergencies without necessitating resignations. Traditional retirement systems primarily focus on long-term savings, often lacking the adaptability to address the immediate financial crises. The EFF engages this bill with mixed feelings. First, we are happy that this bill will provide some form of relief to the working class, and therefore, Honorable Maswanganyi, we are supporting this bill being processed into law. But we are very unhappy with the fundamental reasons that have put us here. We are here because the sixth administration under Mr. Ramaphosa has destroyed the economy. We are here because the sixth administration under Mr. Ramaphosa has destroyed hopes. We are here because the sixth administration under Mr. Ramaphosa has destroyed livelihoods. What are the facts? This administration, when it took over, we had a particular set of indices. All those indices have plunged. What are those? If you look at the national debt, we went from a national debt of $166 billion. We are now sitting at almost double the amount at $298 billion. We are sitting with a food basket that was at around 3,000. Now it's around 5,000. What a mess. We are sitting with a crime rate that has always been escalating from 57 people that were being killed a day, Honorable Cele. Today, 75 people are killed per day, and therefore more families have got no people to look after them. We are sitting with a rand dollar that has depreciated from 14 rand today. You can check it on Google, is 19 rand. What a mess. We are sitting with unemployment rate confirmed today, by the way. The unemployment that in 2019 was 29%. This morning, it's been confirmed to 32.1%. Fresh figures. We are looking at youth unemployment. In the last quarter, that was sitting at 43%. This morning, we are told youth unemployment has risen to 44.3%. Total disaster. Tinzwalo is living in a shack with pit toilet and dirty water from the tap, if any water at all. When the EFF takes power in a couple of months' time, this is what we'll do. The EFF government will establish a state-owned asset management firm to manage all municipal pension funds. Listen to the bright ideas. The EFF government will ensure that all buildings under the public works are insured under state-owned insurance company. The EFF government will consolidate all municipal pensions to be administered under the new state-owned company. The EFF government will increase the mandate of the PIC to include businesses that make money through the state. The EFF government will amend Pension Funds Act to increase investment in private equity for infrastructure development, small, medium enterprises, and land transformation. The EFF government will abolish the clause in the Pension Funds Act that says once a spouse of the main beneficiary passes away, that pension fund now belongs to some white-owned pension fund scheme. All pensions must trickle down from generation to generation. The EFF government will ensure that 80% of all private retirement funds are administered and run by Black-owned entities. This will be done by giving retirement fund licenses to Black-owned entities because we're not apologetic. The EFF government will open up access to pension and retirement fund management to Black-owned entities instead of closing them like the Prudential Authority is busy doing. The GEPF of South Africa handles more than 2.5 trillion rands of pensions of teachers, nurses, and police. These pensioners are 80% Black, whether you like it or not. The EFF government will force Prudential Authority to offer licenses to Black-owned insurance companies. Today, they are busy trying to close Itala Bank. What a disaster. All lives in all wards under the EFF will be insured by Black-owned insurance entities. The EFF government will pass a special appropriation bill allocating 100 billion to the Sovereign Wealth Fund in the 2025-26 budget. The EFF government will pass a special appropriation bill to write off some of the debts in state-owned companies and to convert the PIC into PIC debt to equity. In conclusion, you can see that EFF government is ready to govern. The time for the ANC is gone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Buthelezi.
Mhlonishwa sihlalo, iqembu le-IFP laweseka umthethosivivinyo phambi kwalendlu namhlanje futhi sinethenjana lokuthi uzosiza encindezini edalwa umnotho ontengayo. Ngiyafisa ukuveza obala lokho okuqashile okungaxoxwa nomthethosivivinywa. Isikhwama sayimpesheni sihlalo sinto ephusileyo futhi siyakwazi siyavumelana nesisho sesinto esithi isisu sibekelwa ngaphandle. Lokhu kusho ukuthi konke onakho noma kungakanani kufanelekile ukuthi ucabangele isikhathi sangomuso ongasazi. Kodwa indlela uhulumeni oholwa yi-ANC ohambise ngayo izinto indlela yomkhonyovu nencithakalo, indlela ephambene ngqona lokho kusho lesi sisho engingayifanisa nokudla imbewu. Lo mthethosivivinywa usho ukuthi uhulumeni wethu usihlinzele izibili njengenquba ubhalise phansi ngesisu umnotho wezwe kangukuba abantu bakithi abakwazi ukuyisiza nokufeza izidingo zansuku zonke. Lo hulumeni wehlulekile ukudala amathuba emisebenzi kanye nokuphucula izinga laleyo ekhona ukuze abantu bakithi bahlomule ngendlela efanele ukubhekana nezidingo zabo. Nakuba lo mthetho wesihlalo uhlose okuhle kwakuyiqiniso ukuthi ngabantu bakithi abampisholo nabahluphekayo abazobhekana nembibizana esikhathini esizayo ngoba yibo bazogijimela kuyocosula ebhodweni lokonga benziwa ukuhlupheka hayo nxiwankulu laba bayisizathu ukuhlupheka kwethu. Phela sihlalo ngabantu bakithi abampisholo abangahola amaholo asezingeni, abantu bakithi abampisholo bangakwazi ukukhokhela izindleko zezidingo zabo nalezo eziphuthumayo, abantu bakithi abahluphekayo bangakwazi ukukhokhela ngisho ezokwelashwa nokuyibona abazosizakala kuleli bhodwe. Lana ngamaqiniso
Honourable Buthelezi, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable members, it seems to me the translation services are not functioning at all. what I hear is a conversation amongst the translators and not the translation itself. They must please sort it out. And then secondly, may I also ask the ICT support staff, there is a member that continuously switches on a microphone on the platform. Any member that is not being recognized, then those microphones must simply be switched off. Can I get an indication from the NA table if the translation services are now functional? In fact, you should have listened with me. You can't listen now. You won't hear anything. As soon as the debate starts and it goes into one of the other languages, it's the responsibility of the support staff to follow that translation. Honorable Buthelezi, can you continue now so that we can hear if it's...
Ngiyabonga star. Lana ngamaqiniso angamukelekile nesibeke kuwo yilo hulumeni ongabakhathalela abantu othumele bona. Ngesikhathi abantu bakithi bephoqeleka ukusebenzisa imali yomhlala phansi bakahlali phansi ngenxa yezimo eziphuthumayo njengezempilo. Ongwankulu bakwazi bona ukukhokhela ama-medical aid ezinja zabo emakhaya kunokukhokhela omama bethu abasebenzela emachibeni nasey'ngadini. Ngakho lokhu bokuthi sizokwazi ukusebenzisa imali esibekele umhlala phansi ngakafiki lapho akuyona into esingayigqaja ngayo njengalezi ngoba isho ukwehlula kwethu ukudala amathuba afanele ukuze abantu bakithi. Ngakho-ke namhlanje ngiyembula izinqe ngibeka obala phambi kwabantu bakithi ukuthi nazi-ke izinto ezingamaqiniso lo mthetho ongakhulumi ngazo. I-IFP iyabazi ubunzima babantu bakithi nokungakho siweseka lo mthetho osivivinywa kodwa siyabacela ukuthi bangagijimeli ekukhipheni imali zabo ngenxa yokuhlupheka kube kuphela izathu ey'nqala nezingakwazi ukulawuleka. Mabazi ukuthi noma kungakanani ukuyinzuzo namhlanje abangahle bekuthole kodwa esikhathini esizayo bazobhekana nenhlekelele. Hlalo hloniphekileyo siyazi sonke ukuthi sifike kanjani la. Asikho-ke isizathu esedlula lesi sokuba kulolu khetho siya kulo sebenzise ithuba lethu lokulaqaza umata lo onguhulumeni osifake kulolu bhuku esikulo. Maseyikhethile thina njengesizwe uhulumeni wethu ozosebenzela thina ngesiminya nozobeka phambili izidingo zethu njengesizwe kanye nezizukulwane esizayo. Iqiniso sihlalo ngelithi uma abantu bakithi bekwazi ukuthatha kulolo badlana abalibeke ebhodweni lokonga namhlanje ukuze bayisize bophephela ngomuso uma bengasenawo amandla okusebenza ukuze baligcwalise na. I-IFP-ke iyaweseka lo mthetho osivivinywa noba sinalokho muzwa sihlalo wokuthi ukwehluleka kwaleli qembu elibusayo yikho kusibeka lapha. Asingayigaji kodwa senze okufaneleyo because iqiniso elithi sihlalo njengoba ngisho nje abanye kulendlu abaweseka lo mthetho ngeke beze belokothe bekhipha imali zabo ngoba lama-investment angaphezu kokwenza abo ney'ngane zabo. Abakithi abahluphekayo bazobe begijimela la. Ngenza isibonelo esihle kabi la uma ngithi mina abanye kulendlu baney'sebenzi ey'basebenzelayo emachibeni nasey'ngadini kodwa bazi ukuthi impilo yabo injani bakwazi ukufinansa ama-medical aid ezinja emakhaya abo okusho ukuthi sikuphi nezwe uma sila. So we can't be proud of things that we should not be proud of. We must help our people, but let us encourage them not to tap into their future investment. It's never wise.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Wessels.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chair, pension reform and adequate pension reform has been overdue for many, many years. On the one hand, millions of South Africans do not adequately save for their retirement and then become dependent on the government for social services and an old age pension, increasing the pressure on the fiscus, which is unsustainable. On the other hand, because of this uncaring ANC government who allowed state capture, rampant corruption, and mismanagement, which destroyed the economy, South Africans are now in such a position that they cannot survive without access to their pension funds. The economy has failed, and we have a cost of living crisis. This two-part system Chairperson, should have been in place already with COVID-19. But the uncaring government was so slow to respond to the actual needs of South Africans who lost their jobs and who lost their businesses. This should have been in place then already. Agbare voorsitter, ons moet Suid-Afrikaners aanmoedig om nie onverantwoordelik te wees wanneer hierdie wetswysigings in plek tree nie. Die nood is groot en dit is verstaanbaar dat daar toegang tot hierdie besparings kan wees wanneer daar so groot finansiële druk is weens hierdie koste van lewe krisis wat ons tans ervaar. Maar dit gaan nie vir die ou dag sorg nie. Ons moet nog steeds vir die ou dag probeer sorg soveel as moontlik, want anders is daar groter probleme op die horison. Government should not use these reforms for short-term gain and to be populist, but should also encourage the people out there to still save for their retirement. We do need, Chairperson, a caring government who responds quicker, whose legislative reform does not take decades on end, who can respond to crises, but who most of all are there to protect the economy and the free market system so that there are opportunities for the people out there. We can build a new South African dispensation with opportunities and with a good economy which provides solutions. But then we need to get rid of the ANC. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP understands the severe financial constraints faced by households and the fact that many people have been forced to resign to access their savings with dire long-term consequences. Now, to tackle these issues, the two-part retirement system is proposed. And under this system, and as set out in this bill, contributions and their growth within retirement funds remain tax exempt. Individuals will not be taxed on their contributions or the growth of those contributions. This the ACDP supports. This pension reform will, in our view, strike a balance between long-term security and immediate needs, recognizing life's unpredictability. It permits fund members to access a portion of their savings during crisis, as those seen during the COVID-19 challenges. The change also ensures that retirement system remains responsive to diverse financial needs, supporting both long-term financial security and immediate assistance during such emergencies, as pointed out by other speakers. One of the significant areas of contention was the proposed implementation date, and it is regrettable that the pension fund reform bill, as pointed out, was only tabled in January. The debate during the committee's hearings was that the initial date of 1 March 2024 was not applicable or should not be applicable because the required pension form structures would not be in time and would not be in place. And following consultations with the Minister of Finance, the committee agreed on a revised date of 1 September 2024. Now, the ACDP supports the comment in the committee report of a broad, I think the committee report uses the word robust public awareness and education campaign to inform retirement fund members about the features and benefits of the proposed two-part retirement regime. The last thing one wants is for individuals to withdraw those funds to the detriment of their long-term savings.
Very much, honorable members.
Meeting adjourned.
Honorable Swart, may I just request the ICT to switch all those microphones immediately. There's another discussion happening there that has nothing to do with the business in front of us. Please continue.
Thank you, House Chair. It is, as other speakers have alluded to, that pension and those people, pensioners and those that are employed, must take great care and must be able to make an informed decision about their retirement savings before they access it, because as we know, that there's a very low proportion of people in South Africa that have sufficient funding in their retirement schemes to look after them for their long-term and old age. But of course, we do appreciate that there are financial constraints now and financial emergencies now that necessitate a drawing. But to just repeat, the ACDP supports this report and the bill and the retirement pension reform in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. The ATM. The Honourable Heron.
House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the amendments proposed to South Africa's rigid and current rigid retirement scheme are sensible and timeous. They are sensible because it is nonsensical that South Africans with skills and experience in the labour force resign from their employment in order to access a portion of their retirement funds in times of extreme financial distress. It is timeous because South Africa is in an economic growth crisis with high costs of living and high interest rates, which is causing severe financial distress. Just yesterday, the Electoral FinTech Household Resilience Index was released, showing that South African households remain under severe financial pressure, mainly as a result of restrictive monetary policy. And the worst performing indicator was the ratio between household disposable income and household debt costs. The new two-pot retirement savings regime will bring some flexibility and relief to South Africans who have contributed to a private or an employer retirement scheme and who at times find themselves needing access to some of their own retirement savings. The new regime also continues to prioritize the need for retirement savings to be protected, with the restrictions on the access to the savings component of the two pots, but demonstrates a reasonable understanding of the unintended consequences of the extremely rigid current regime. We support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I must agree with my colleague. And there had to be some intervention by the European Union in this regard. Thank you very much. But the latest statistics is that 29,092 people, 2/3 of women and children, have been massacred. And yes, indeed, this war is not about Hamas, but about Gaza's fresh and groundwater, its arable land, oil and gas. That's what it is all about. The National Freedom Party welcomes the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. Honourable Chairperson, under normal circumstances, we would not be supporting this. But however, given the circumstances and what our people face in the country, particularly the high levels of poverty and, more importantly, unscrupulous financial institutions who recklessly lend money to people, particularly civil servants, at high interest rates, I think this will go a long way in trying to prevent that and provide some level of protection to our employees. However, it comes with some risk, and we must be honest about that, that if the funds that they withdraw are mismanaged, given the circumstances in which they find themselves, then they will have limited resources at their disposal when they retire. So I think we need to be mindful of that. I think the department has done everything possible to try and fast track this to ensure that they alleviate the hardships that many of our people are facing. And we believe that this, yes, indeed, is a step in the right direction. But we want to urge our particularly employees that are going to go in this direction, and I know many of them previously have been resigning just to access this. This gives them the protection so they don't have to resign. But please be careful, because if you go to the extent of taking those monies and abusing them, you're going to find yourself in a very, very difficult situation. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Abram.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Chairperson, I know there's a temptation to come here and politicize everything because of the time period. However, the ANC is bigger than that. We are very pleased today to be in a position to support the adoption of the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. It's an important bill for more than the 15 million working South Africans who make contributions towards pension funds, provident funds, and retirement annuities. Once more, the ANC comes with a demonstration of being a caring government. With the outbreak of COVID-19, we know that it was hard for workers to draw salaries, and there were serious constraints in terms of putting bread on the table. The purchasing powers of households were reduced. Workers had a difficulty during the pandemic. Most of them locked down in their homes with no salaries, and no access to pension funds, provident fund, or retirement annuities. With the decline of economy, they struggled to make ends meet. And as has been said here, some of them resigned. And an average worker purchasing power declined by 2.9%. And this is not just a statistics, it's a reminder of the harsh realities that are faced by millions of South Africans. And of course, the casualties in such instances are women. And according to the Household Affordability Index, compiled by the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, the average household income should be about 5,000 rands per month. But this is not what happens in the various households. With electricity and transport, people have to spend around 2,000 and 3,000 in their income bracket. This makes it difficult for workers, particularly single mothers who are not able to afford enough nutritious food for their families. I'm representing you, my friend here, EFF. I'm trying to represent you, but it's very hard to represent you. The ANC-led government has, in its responsiveness, created hope for workers, but by enabling workers the ability to access their retirement savings when they need it most. The Revenue Law Amendment Bill, including the Pension Funds Amendment Bill, which we are yet to process, will provide a lifeline to the families facing financial distress and uncertainty. Whether it is to cover medical expenses, pay off debts, or simply put food on the table, the ability to tap into their retirement savings will give the much needed peace of mind. But the benefits of these bills extend far beyond just providing relief in times of crisis. By empowering workers to access their retirement savings, we also unleash a wave of economic activity that has the potential to stimulate growth and prosperity across our nation. Whether it be through investments in small businesses, home improvements, educational opportunities, the infusion of retirement savings into the economy promises to create jobs, spur innovation, and drive sustainable development for years to come. We fundamentally believe that the two-pot system will boost savings, provide relief to workers, and stimulate the economy by, amongst others, preserving 2/3 of future savings for retirement and retrenchment, providing workers with the equivalent of annual 13th check in the form of immediate relief. The government has further agreed to an important principle of workers who have been retrenched to be able to retain full access to their pension fund, which is very critical. Whilst our economy is on the path to recovery, we need to ensure that we protect the quality of lives of workers And this bill will see to it that workers can live the life that they work for and so deserve. We cannot permit any more delays in the implementation of these reforms. It would be unjustifiable to do so. Workers are in distress now and require much needed relief now. We applaud the fortitude, the resilience, and fearlessness of our alliance partner, COSATU, in their constructive contributions to serving the interests of workers, unlike some in this House who see no value in the role workers play in building the wealth of the nation. We see it, and together with our alliance partners, with the ANC as a leader of society, we will at all times champion the interests of workers. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Revenue Laws Amendment Bill follows a series of consultation, debate, and lobbying with regard to access to retirement savings. Transformative constitutionalism sits at the very heart of this bill. For the first time in the history of this country's retirement system, fund members will have access to a portion of their savings. Honorable Chair, the two-pot system will herald a new era in an economy that has low tax base and high inflation. The bill is clear that contributions and their growth will remain tax exempt. We must remind members that withdrawals, however, will be taxed. We welcome the opt-in option for members who are 55 years old and older on March 2021. Honorable Chair, we note that while South Africa's life expectancy has improved over the years, there is absolutely nothing amiss about introducing this retirement regime to caution many fund members from rising food prices, growing poverty, and inequality. The bill maintains the application of established practices while providing opportunities for individuals to access their funds under specific circumstances. Honorable Chair, while we note that this bill is likely to come into effect on the 1st September 2024, we nonetheless support it. We pin our hopes on National Treasury and the Revenue Service to maintain a seamless transition and balance regulations. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Cope, PAC.
PAC supports the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable House Chair Al-Jamaa supports the amendment because it will be a lifeline for those in need. But when government throws a lifeline, it must not, in this particular case, not tax the withdrawal amount. People are withdrawing the money because of hardship, and they would obviously not want. You don't tax people when there's hardship and they withdraw from the retirement fund because it's a matter of last resort. So that is a concern Al-Jamaa has, that workers will be taxed. Also, there comes a time when you recover, when you financially fine. Although in this, state of affairs, I don't know if anyone can recover, but we have to be optimistic, Chair. That's why, Chair, when times are improving, members must be allowed to pay back the money into their fund, so that when they eventually reach retirement age, then they have sufficient money for retirement. Al-Jamaa supports the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Alexander.
Good afternoon. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's journey towards a more equitable and secure future for all. The introduction of this bill, spearheaded by the DA's Honourable Dr. George, comes in response of the profound financial challenges wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a government, we are faced with the profound responsibility of shaping policy which will impact the lives and livelihoods of millions of South Africans. At the heart of the bill lies the reform designed to strike a delicate balance between a long-term security, retirement savings, and the pressing needs that individuals might face in unforeseen circumstances. This innovative approach allows for the access of a portion of the retirement savings without the necessity of resignation, offering a lifeline in times of crisis while safeguarding the financial future. The harmonization of tax treatment, the encouragement of greater preservation of retirement savings, and the reduction of charges associated with retirement funds are the foundation of this pivotal bill. These objectives are not merely a legislative mandate. They are a testament to the collective responsibility to create a retirement system that is fair and transparent and accessible to all South Africans. This bill underscores the dedication and the initiative and the accountability that the retirement system to cater for the diverse needs of this country. But our work does not end here. We move forward, we have to remain vigilant in our efforts to ensure the successful implementation of the two-part retirement system. This requires clear, transparent communication with retirement fund members, building capacity within fund administrators, and the ongoing research and data collection to inform evidence-based decision-making. The DA's position on the finances of the country is rooted in the belief that sound economic policies are essential for promoting prosperity, creating opportunity, and improving the quality of lives for South Africans, which aligns closely with the objectives of the Revenue Law Amendment Bill for pension reform. In closing, let us remember the profound impact that our decision today will have on millions of South Africans. Let us hold to the values of fairness, equality, and solidarity as we work together towards building a more prosperous nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Skosana.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo hloniphekileko. Abongqongqotjhe abahloniphekileko abakhona, masekela wabongqongqotjhe ahloniphekileko, mhlonitshwa Sosibebe, malunga ahloniphekileko, sizwe sekhethu lotshani. Sihlalo hloniphekileko, the African National Congress welcomes the important advances made to the pension funds regulatory regime. The bill before us is critical and enhancing the transformation of our retirement system and the taxation implications that flow with that. The global evolution of our society has prompted the ANC-led government to make critical interventions to provide the needed support that the vast majority of the people of South Africa require. The lingering effect of COVID-19 and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict are major contributors to the rising food prices, rising energy prices, rising interest rates, and rising inflation that has eroded the disposable income of workers. It is pivotal to appreciate the journey that this parliament has traveled in improving the retirement regime for the benefit of workers. Our country has different retirement fund vehicles available to individuals, including pension funds, provident funds, retirement annuity funds, pension preservation funds, and provident preservation funds. Historically, each of these funds had a different tax treatment for contributions alongside different rules for withdrawal. Since 2012, the South African Retirement Fund has been undergoing fundamental reforms. These reforms include amendments to harmonize the tax treatment of contributions to the different types of funds, measures to increase preservation, and reforms to lower charges and improve defaults, governance, and market conduct. Many of these reforms have been implemented, including harmonizing the tax treatment of contributions to funds and preserving provident funds at retirement through annuitization. Malunga hloniphekileko, the bill before us is a pivotal and revolutionary piece of legislation that sets the basis for the full implementation of the amendment to the Pension Fund Act, making provision for the withdrawal of savings from pension funds and provident funds. This has the effect of transforming the pension funds financial landscape of South Africa and will improve the living conditions of millions of workers across the nation in both private and public sector. At the heart of these legislative measures lies a commitment to the well-being and financial security of our workers. For too long, many hardworking South Africans have found themselves trapped in financial distress, unable to access the savings they have diligently accumulated throughout their years of work. The reforms proposed in the Pension Fund Amendment Bill, in conjunction with the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, introduces the two-pot system, which empowers workers to access a third of their retirement savings when faced with financial difficulties. By allowing workers to draw from a separate pot of funds during times of need, this will provide a crucial safety net for workers grappling with unexpected expenses or emergencies. The relief will make all the difference necessary for families teetering on the brink of financial ruin, providing them an opportunity to navigate the difficulties from the economy that is not growing at the pace that it should. Sizwe sekhethu, with the high levels of poverty, inequality, rising cost of living, and repo rates hike, the current pension laws only allow workers to access to their pension funds when they retire or in the event of losing their job or resigning. As a consequence, many workers opt to resign and cash out their entire pension funds. So the two-pot reforms offer a positive balance where workers will be able to access up to 30,000 when the law comes into effect from the 1st of September 2024. And they will continue to do so annually, accessing up to 1/3 of their contribution that constitute the savings pot. Workers will no longer need to resign to have some access to their pension funds. So by closing this loophole, we safeguard the integrity of the pension system and protect workers from potentially harmful financial decisions driven by desperation. Instead, this will empower workers to make informed choices about their financial future, secure in the knowledge that their retirement savings are safe and accessible when needed. In conclusion, the adoption of the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, along with the amendments to the Pension Funds Amendment Bill, represent a significant step forward in the ANC-led government's ongoing efforts to promote inclusive economic growth and financial inclusion and relieve the burden of financial distress on workers. By embracing these reforms, we reaffirm the commitment to the well-being of all South Africans and lay the foundation for a more equitable and prosperous future. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the fact that all political parties are supporting this particular bill, but then it's not necessary for them to include other things that are not relevant. You don't have to say but. For instance, the DA, Honorable George, you are telling us about the polls that the ANC won't be here and stuff like that. But you're not telling us that according to the polls, the DA won't be here, won't be governing Western Cape. The latest polls by Wits University, they are showing that the DA is going to decline from 56% to 42% here in Western Cape. So if you tell us about the polls, you must be consistent and give us a comprehensive views about all these polls. Even nationally, we are not even going to get 20%, according to the same polls. Well, the DA, I mean, the EFF, we don't take them serious. We know they are always having some fancy, unrealistic, pie in the skies ideas that have never been tested anywhere in the world. So we usually don't take them serious. Well, the IFP, we know, Shenge, you are always supportive, but we know that these days, because of the moonshot arrangement, you tend to fight with us. It's because of the moonshot arrangement. I don't blame you. But this thing of moonshot arrangement is against the wishes of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, his last wish was for the IFP to work with the ANC, not the IFP to work with the DA in a moonshot cabal. So this is against the wishes of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. So please reconsider that, Honorable Shenge, the issue of the moonshot pact. Honorable Slalo Siatogoza, thank you very much. We support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance. Order, Honorable Members.
All these things. I'm checking all the buses across 2 buses.
May I ask the ICT just to switch off that microphone. Please continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The government is very concerned about the levels of savings in this country. And we all know that savings come from the workers, from businesses. Yourselves here, you've got a number of policies. We're concerned because savings are very important for the growth of an economy. Without a high rate of savings, it's very difficult to grow an economy. And it's not just savings. You've got to deploy those savings towards economic growth. The reason why England was the first country to be developed industrially is because they use their savings to grow their economy. So it is those introduction of private property relations backed by market that enable England to grow. Spain had a lot of savings, but at the same time, the 16th century, but it could not grow because those savings were used for consumption, particularly by the ruling elite. Now, we support, obviously, and we've worked very hard to make sure that this bill is passed so that workers have access to their savings. But in the context of an economy which it's not producing the things that it needs to consume, we import a lot of things. These savings are going to consume things that we don't produce. Because we still have an economy that produces things that we don't consume and consume things that we don't produce. And therefore, we have to take seriously the task of industrialization of South Africa so that as and when the workers earn income, either through early withdrawals or through their wages, they can consume things that we produce here in South Africa. Inadequate private savings place significant strain on individuals who may find themselves without sufficient financial resources to support their retirement years. Over the years, the government has implemented several reforms to retirement savings legislation aimed at fostering a prudently managed, accessible, cost-effective, transparent, and equitable retirement industry. This includes annuitization reforms that took effect in 2021 and the twin peak reforms on oversight. In addition, government has consistently encouraged individuals to prepare and save for retirement. Let me draw your attention to two aspects that contribute towards low savings. Firstly, there's a lack of adequate savings and preservation of retirement funds before retirement. Secondly, individuals facing financial distress situations can easily access all their retirement upon resignation, and this bill attempts to deal with this situation. The objective of the preservation of funds before retirement was identified as an area of work in government's paper 2012. Honorable George Amika Cabral has a saying that says, "Tell no lies, claim no is a victory." This idea was muted in the government paper in 2012. This area of work was interrupted, of course, by COVID. So it is not true that this idea was an invention of the DA. Beyond the government's COVID response through relief measures, we embark on this long-term reform to ensure that our retirement system can cater better to the savings challenges that many retirement fund members face even before retirement. These measures include enhancing household savings through increased preservation before retirement and introducing flexibility via partial access to retirement funds under the two-pot system. As Honorable Maswanganye has said, the two-pot system facilitates the splitting of retirement contribution into two distinct components, namely savings component and the retirement component. The retirement component, comprising 2/3 of the retirement interest, is to be preserved under the retirement, while the savings component allows for the pre-retirement access. We advise that members should not make withdrawals if there is no dire need or emergency, or they will lose out in the interest that those funds would have earned. Moreover, they will pay marginal tax rates on saving component withdrawal before the retirement. Any funds that are left in the savings component can be withdrawn on retirement with tax benefit. The scale of the reforms as entailed in this bill, including the incoming bill, that is the Pension Funds Amendment Bill, these reforms are very important and they are far-reaching. In essence, as government, we believe that preserving contributions into two pots will ensure enhanced retirement provision, mitigate old age poverty, reduce reliance on state support, and to some extent, address the immediate financial hardships faced by retirement fund members who lack alternative forms of savings. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill being read a first time? No objections. The bill will be read a first time.
Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
The Secretary will read the third order.
Second reading, Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill being read a second time? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on Plant Health Phytosanitary Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Inkosi kakhulu isihlalo walendlu ndiphakamisa into yoba le ngxelo izawubekwa apha yamkelwe enkosi kakhulu.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Second reading debate, Plant Health Phytosanitary Bill.
Honorable members, I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform to introduce the debate. The Honorable Minister.
Mphathishlalo walendlu amalunga ahloniphekile usoswebhu wombutho ophetheyo ozakwethu abakhona nosihlalo wekomiti walomnyango engikuwo kanye nabalimi nalabo abasebenza ngokwezolimo baphucule lokho okutshaliwe bakwenze okunye okudliwayo noma ngabe okugqokwayo. Singasho ke mphathishlalo ukuthi ukuhwebelana kwamazwe ngamazwe kuyathanda ukuthi kubhekisise ukuthi ngabe izitshalo zethu kumbe isizilwane esizifuyile kumbe nenyama ngabe kuphephile yini. Lokho ke kwenza ukuthi kube nemithetho ebekwayo ngamazwe kanti futhi nakuzwe lonke jikelele ukuthi kube khona ubuchwepheshe obenziwayo ukuze sibheke ukuthi ukuhwebelana kwethu akulethi yini amagciwane kumbe izilwanyana ezingaletha izifo ezweni lethu. Akusizo nje kuphela izifo eziphatha abantu kodwa futhi kuba izifo ezingabulala nanomhlabathi. Abanye ke bayibanganaki. Ngisho nathi nje malunga eParliament sihambe siyokomakhelwane emazweni awomakhelwane mhlambe siyobona izihlobo nabangani. Mase sibuya bese siphatha amadumbe ngoba sicabanga ukuthi hawu kumnandi mosilokhu nabo bhatata. Sikhohle ukuthi amadumbe lawa ayatshalwa. Kungenzeka kube neloko abakubizayo ososayensi bathi phecelezi ngama nematodes. Okungenzeka ukuthi kube nezifo ezithize ezikuleyo ndawo. Uma ufika ngapha bese ke lokho kutholakala ukuthi sekungcolisa umhlaba wethu singabe sakwazi ke ukuhwebelana namazwe angaphandle. Ezinye zalezo zingaphatha nezilwanyana ezincane njengalezo ezihlala ezihlahleni bese utholakala ukuthi uma ngabe sesihambisa izitshalo zethu kumbe zezithelo emazweni angaphandle bese bethola ukuthi kunalamagciwane angafuneki. Yingakho ke lo mthetho esiubekayo namhlanje uzama ukuvikela lezi zinkinga ukuze sikwazi ukuthi thina okokuqala singabahlali balelizwe sidla ukudla okuphephile. Uma sihwebelana nomakhelwane bethu namazwe angaphesheya kwezilwandle nako lokho kuphephile ukuze phela abalimi bethu bathole inzuzo efanele sikwazi nokuthola intelo yokwenza izinto ukuthi sithuthukise lelizwe. Over the past years, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development developed and revised the Agricultural Pest Act and developed the new legislative framework, the Plant Health Phytosanitary Bill. The limitations identified in the existing act include no provision for control of exports of plants and plant products, no provision of the establishment of the National Plant Protection Organization of South Africa, and also that the current legislation that we had did not provide for new instruments that are provided by the International Plant Protection Convention, as well as some of those elements in our law were not in alignment with our required instruments in our constitution. Therefore, this new bill provides that we have a safe and fair international and domestic trade. We also maintain and expand our current export markets as well as accessing new markets. Njengoba sazi nje ukuthi sesizohwebelana nama-Japan ngo-avocado kanye nama-China ngo-avocado. Lokho kwenza ukuthi sibe nobuchwepheshe obuphelele ukuze izitshalo zethu zibe ziphephile. Siyathemba ke malunga ahloniphekile ukuthi lo mthetho nezichibiyelo ezenzile nizozixhasa ukuze ukudla enikudlayo nina kuqala kuphephe nokudla esisebenzelana ngawo esihwebelana ngawo namazwe angaphandle kuphephile. Ngibongeke kakhulu kusihlalo kanye malungu komiti ngokwezihlalo zawo nangomaqembu abakuwo ngokuthi bawuxhase lo mthetho ozosiza thina sonke, hayi kuphela nje idlanzana kanye nawo wonke umuntu. Ngiyabonga mphathisibaba. Ngiyawubeka ke lo mthetho ukuze siwuxhase.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Mandela.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, good afternoon. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is committed to supporting the ANC-led government in achieving its objectives, which were explained by His Excellency President Ramaphosa as priorities, which are growing the economy and creating jobs, building better lives for our people, fighting corruption, making communities safer, and making government work. The NDP clearly stipulates that the agricultural sector has a potential of drastically increasing growth and development in SA, and it certainly has. The department has identified the importance of engaging in research and development towards plant health, phytosanitary, to enable the department to ensure how it can control and mitigate the introduction, spread, and establishment of quarantine pests of plants. Our country is a signatory to the World Trade Organization Agreement on the application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and the International Plant Protection Convention. Biosecurity and biodiversity is critical for food security and growth in the sector. It is our duty as government to provide food security to our people, but also to protect the environment which we operate and find ourselves residing in. Phytosanitary measures must be based on science through technical rationale by applying pest risk analysis techniques, which are scientific and academically proven to predict risks associated with pests. Fatalistic effects of quarantine pests are increasing, affecting the environment, and we need to be vigilant because SA operates in a globally competitive environment with increased international trade coming with its own challenges. Pests that are found in SA have a potential of affecting international trade with other countries who import from us when we engage on exporting activities. The result may be the introduction of stricter measures on trade operations and applications of expensive regulations, which in some instances can be accompanied with temporary closures in trade as agreed risk mitigation measures which were initially agreed upon. This may provide negative effects to the contribution of the agricultural sector to the country's GDP. The Plant Health and Phytosanitary Bill aims to provide a balance in adhering to global standards, but not compromising our national interest as a country. Government is committed to eradicating poverty, unemployment, and inequality amongst our people. And as a result, we should strategically focus on the implementation of the bill to not affect sustainable and development opportunities already achieved. Pest outbreaks have the potential to reduce incomes and impose significant negative impacts on smallholder farmers and beneficiaries of agrarian reform. Our ability to deal with regulated pests in SA leads to the improvement in global competitiveness in trade when it comes to plants and plant production, which provides competitive advantage for our products in the sector. Protecting our biosecurity, agricultural and forestry production, food security remains a key priority for government for our export-oriented operation. The reason for the departments and government to fully support the bill is the understanding that to be a major role player in export markets comes with responsibilities in international markets, because the growth in the agricultural sector also depends on other markets. In order to maintain and expand current export markets, as well as to enter new markets, SA needs to keep up to date with international phytosanitary advances and changes. We want to reduce risks associated with food provision. We want to deal with the diseases, pests, natural disasters, and trade imbalances in the sector through government implementing plant health regulations to improve growth and development in the sector. The department has invested in small-scale farmers, and we want to make sure that any regulation implemented on the agricultural sector will not have negative effects on this sector. Small businesses play a major economic role in most economies in the world. Through this bill, we want to provide confidence and stability through effective regulation by conducting pest risk alleviation measures, sound customer relations, and effective governance of the sector. This will require sustainable utilization of our natural resources and building capacity to optimally utilize the resource dependent on infrastructure, finance, technology, services, and risk development. Honorable members, I move for the adoption of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Masipa.
House Chairperson. The objective of the bill is to address critical challenges related to the introduction and spread of potentially damaging pests in South Africa, posing threats to our plant biosecurity, agricultural production, food security, and market access. The existing Agricultural Pest Act of 1983 presents several shortcomings, notably its outdated nature predating both the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the International Plant Protection Convention of 1997. Additionally, its definitions are not aligned with IPPC standards, lacks provisions for the National Plant Protection Organization of South Africa as per IPPC guidelines, and lacks adequate measures for export control, re-export, and in-transit control. The international standards of phytosanitary measures are developed by IPPC Secretariat with the FAO, within the FAO to aid in global plant quarantine policies. These standards aim to harmonize phytosanitary measures internationally, facilitating trade and preventing unjustified trade barriers. South Africa, as a FAO member, must adhere to these standards to prevent trade obstacles. The bill was dealt with in accordance with the Section 76 processes, since it falls within the functional area of Schedule 4 and 5 of the Constitution. Implementation of the Plant Health Phytosanitary Act entails no additional financial and human resource implication, as National Plant Protection Organization is already established and funded. The delay in repealing the Agricultural Pest Act of 1983 has been undeniably excessive. However, given the track record of the ANC government, such prolonged processes unfortunately no longer comes as a surprise to all of us. DA supports the repeal of this act. However, Chair, it will be amiss of me not to address some serious issues within agricultural sector. We need to align our agricultural policies with international norms and standards. The DA condemns the gross implementation, incompetence, and rampant corruption of the ANC, which has left many of our farmers and exporters in a state of potential bankruptcy. The chronic mismanagement of electricity supply and neglect of port infrastructure by the ANC government has pushed our agricultural sector to resort to taking legal actions against the state. A pertinent example in this regard is the HOTCRO, a deciduous fruit commodity group, which has made considerable effort to support Transnet in getting the Cape Town port operational, yet without success. While our hardworking farmers and exporters strive to compete on the global stage, they are left to fend for themselves amidst persistent load shedding and crumbling port infrastructures. Maize farmers and those in the irrigation belt are left to battle scorching heat waves without essential government support, resulting in diminished crop yields and jeopardized food security. Despite promises of assistance, the Agro Energy Fund remains a mere illusion, failing to reach those who need it most. The comprehensive studies that was completed, comprising interviews with maize and soybean farmers across all provinces, unequivocally reveals a staggering anticipated decline in harvest, with estimates reaching as high as 26% for maize and 29% for soybeans. This pronounced decrease is particularly alarming given the substantial investment these struggling farmers have made in inputs, underscoring the profound impact this downturn will have on their livelihoods and their well-being. Furthermore, as a result of ANC negligence, crops wither in the fields and fruits rot in our harbors, exacerbating the plight of our agricultural community and with potential to tarnish farmers' international reputation. Modulasetulo, ka se sebaka temo ke matlhomolapelo ka ge balemi ba palelwa ke go fa dimelwa le dienywa tša bona meetse a lekaneng. Ba konketšwa ka motlhagase wa Eskom. Ge e le theko ya makhura e lego petrole le diesele di nyoga beke le beke. Maafrika Borwa a feletšwe ebile a felelwa ke mešomo letšatši ka letšatši ka lebaka la bogodu jwa go tlišwa ke maloko a mokgatlo o o dutšeng ka mo lehlakoreng la go ja. Balemi ba ikgonere ka go tlhoka maitseparelo le tshepo mmušong wa mokgatlo wa bogodu le go se tshepagale ga bobuši ba mokgatlo wa ANC. Balemi ba nolegile moko ka se sebaka, dimpa di tletše ka moya wa go tenwa ke mešomo ya letsogo le kobong mo nageng ka lebaka la bosenyi, borukutlhi le bogodu jwa bona bomphenyašilo ba go se be le tšhio le lerato ka mokgatlong wo o leng ka mo lehlakoreng le la uja. Jwalo tshepo ya maAfrika Borwa e go Democratic Alliance. Tshepo ya maAfrika Borwa e go mophološi e lego yena John Steenhuisen. Suid-Afrikaners, julle moet weet wat ons weet. Achtbare voorzitter, die DA se plan is vir die landboubedryf is duidelik. Ons gaan die beurtkrag eindig en deur landbou gaan ons meer werkgeleentheid skep in die land. Maar onder die huidige ANC-regering kry die landse landboubedryf verskriklik swaar. Die ANC se beurt is verby. Registreer om die DA te stem. Ngwadishong ya go dikgetho mokgatlo wa Democratic Alliance go ntšhwe mamenemene a ka mo go lauja. Dankie voorzitter. Thank you, Chairperson. Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Members. The next speaker is the Honorable Leklape.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chairperson, the committee received a briefing in a virtual meeting from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on the Plant Health Bill. The National Phytosanitary Regulation System is currently administered under the Agricultural Pest Act of 1983 and its associated regulations. Furthermore, the purpose of the Agricultural Pest Act with regards to phytosanitary matters is to provide for measures by which quarantine pests of plants, plant products, and other regulated articles that may be prevented from entering and establishing in South Africa, and for combating plant pests of national concern. The objectives of the Plant Health Bill were to provide for phytosanitary measures to prevent the introduction, establishment, and spread of regulated pests to safeguard South African agriculture and natural plant resources. The bill seeks to address gaps and challenges in the current phytosanitary system in view of the requirements of the country's major trading partners and the requirements under the relevant international agreements and treaties of which South Africa is a signatory member of. This would assist in ensuring safe and fair international and domestic trade, maintenance of current export markets, and the establishment of new markets, crop production and food security programs, economic growth and development, and job creation, solid job creation. South Africa is a signatory member of the World Trade Organization Agreement on the application of the sanitary and phytosanitary measures and the International Plant Protection Convention, so it needs to align its sanitary legislation with the relevant obligations and the standards to facilitate safe and fair international trade. Finally, the EFF supports this bill because it contributes to both secondary and tertiary plant health and agricultural productivity, and it aims to support the objectives and priorities such as sustainable management and use of natural resources, the provision of effective national regulatory services and risk management systems, as well as increased contribution of the sector to the country's economic growth and development. The EFF supports the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Tebekulu.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Plant Facility Bill and the challenges raised during the review of the Plant Health Bill are an important part of protecting South Africa's economy and borders. Whilst many of us think that the border control involves the persons entering and exiting the country, it also includes the importation of substances such as plants. It becomes evident that its primary objective is to reinforce our nation's agricultural pliancy. The amendments proposed in the bill are necessary response to the deficiencies in the current regulatory framework with the repeal of the outdated Agricultural Pest Act of 1983. The new measures outlined in the bill that they are designed not only to prevent to prevent the introduction, establishment, and spread of regulated pests, but also to bolster international and domestic trade, ensure food security, foster economic growth, and create job opportunities. No scanners at our borders for pest control. The demand for the robust socio-economic impact report and the agency of liaising with the department where some glaring issues. Too often, policy changes lack the teeth for effective enforcement due to government capacity constraints. The IFP backs the committee's push for the socio-economic impact report, underscoring our steadfast commitment of grasping the far-reaching consequences of this legislation on our society and economy. Moreover, the need for collaboration with other departments, especially regarding borders around the South African development community area, is important for our recent signed African Free Trade Agreement. South Africans for fully benefit from AfTA, education needs to be enhanced to protect our local plantation and the economy that could be drawn from it. The imperative lies with the government to enhance border control, implement effect early warning systems. A recent incident highlights this as a ship from Brazil carrying cattle stirred significant unease among Cape Town residents. The arrival of the vessel not only triggered a surge in flies, but also emanated an unbelievable stench, leaving local grappling with the repercussions. Siyasekela umthetho zivivinyo phakanyiswa. Kodwa asilwe na lokho okwenzakala kugcwele izihlahla ezweni akwenzeki lutho omnyango. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Breed.
Who thinks so? Honorable Chairperson, phytosanitary measures play a pivotal role in preventing the introduction and/or spread of quarantine pests and limit the economic impact of regulated non-quarantine pests. It is important to state that proper advisory mechanisms, policies, and legislative instruments are critical to assist farmers in controlling and managing of pests. Also, plant pests and diseases, if not properly managed, may compromise the availability of food, which may lead to food insecurity in a country. In a country such as South Africa that is already largely food insecure, we need to protect what we have, and we need to ensure that our food resources aren't further compromised. South Africa is a signatory to the WTO agreement, the IPPC, as already mentioned, and it needs to align its phytosanitary legislation to the relevant obligations and standards to facilitate safe and fair international trade. Also taking into account that the current act being used is the Agricultural Pests Act number 36 of 1983. It turns 41 years old this year, and it needs a much needed upgrade. Much has changed in the last 4 decades, and phytosanitary measures need to keep up with standards. The Plant Health Bill seeks to address gaps and challenges in the current phytosanitary system in the view of the requirements of the country's major trading partners and also the requirements of the relevant international treaties and agreements. The bill addresses several issues and seeks at improving import, export, re-export, and natural control measures to support safe and fair international trade, maintenance of current export markets and establishing of new markets, crop production, food security programs, and of course, economic development and growth. What will, however, hamper this bill once it becomes an act is, in short, the South African government. The government has proved time after time that it cannot implement the most basic of tasks. The minister is, for example, allowed to make regulations, and as we've seen, this can be quite troublesome as the necessary consultation does not take place, or in instances where it does take place, it is not taken to heart. The minister may further prescribe control measures as well as restricted movement measures. Let's look at the avian influenza, swine flu, and foot and mouth disease outbreaks to be testament to what can go wrong if this happens. Furthermore, South African borders are still porous and lack relevant equipment such as scanners to detect undeclared plants products when people move around. These are instances where most passengers of unauthorized plant products and or fruit pass through undetected. It does not help to have the best acts in the world if we cannot enforce them. We also need to be cognizant of that there is cross-cutting and overlapping issues of, for example, the NEMBA Bill, the APA Bill, and the Plant Improvement Act, and this will also need to be addressed. Aligning South Africa's phytosanitary legislation to that of international standards is good. Even upgrading updated legislation is commendable, but I will not hold my breath when it comes to issues as listed above. The government in its current form, with its current ruling party in charge, will not improve nor correctly implement this bill. They will continue to break down the agricultural industry. Agriculture needs change. South Africa needs change. Let's rebuild South Africa together. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. While we're discussing a very important topic, and that is land and agriculture, the Palestinian people have been forcefully removed from their land. And yet, Chairperson, I'm told I am anti-Semitic when I say that the land belongs to the people who live in it. I didn't say to the people who move in and steal the land and live on it. I'm talking about the people who live on this land. So the land in this country belongs to the people of this country. And I'm saying that Jews, Christians, and Muslims have lived side by side all over the world, including Palestine. But there's no place in the city of Cape Town and the Western Cape for Zionists. We will not allow it no matter what happens. So they will not make this another Palestine. That I can tell you. Now, Chairperson, this bill was referred to the Portfolio Committee on the 29th of July, 2021. We acknowledge that South Africa is a signatory to the World Trade Organization. This phytosanitary bill seeks to address the weaknesses in the regulatory system of South Africa by repealing the Agricultural Pest Act, number 36 of 1983. The bill provides for measures to prevent the introduction, establishment, and spread of regulated pests. Now, we think that this bill will go a long way, of course, in addressing some of the weaknesses that we may have. And particularly, let us be cognizant of the fact that, Chairperson, because of who we are and what we stand for, there are those that will use every little thing they can possibly do to punish us. So I think in complying with this, we'll close the doors to anybody abusing the authority and power, particularly internationally, to come and put measures in place to prevent our products being exported to their countries. And I think the measures that we're putting will ensure that there are stringent measures that will ensure quality products. It will enhance growth, particularly in the agricultural sector, job creation, of course, and I think we must welcome this. But let us also be mindful of the fact that no matter what we do and what we comply with, some of these international institutions, organizations are toothless bodies, and they are here to punish those that want to uphold human rights. I want to say again, Palestine will be free, it shall be free, and it is just a matter of time it will be free. Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Kapa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable all ministers present, Honorable members and guests, and fellow South Africans. Deployed cadre. Mandiqale ngokuthi obasi ANC siyawuxhasa lo mthetho uyilwayo. Noba ke nditsho ANC government okanye ANC led government noba ANC and its government ngumo. Kukho ke ezinto zibalwayo ezibona sibuyaqhwalela umthetho awukhona ka-1983 Act 36 waphinde wahlonyelwa ngo-1992 kodwa sawusaqhwalela unento zibalwayo ke zokuba awuhambi ne-constitution uba wawuphambi kwayo, awuhambi ne-Plant Protection Convention ka-1997 uba wawungaphambi kwayo, awukwazi ukulungiselela futhi lento kuthiwa yi-National Plant Protection Organization eyayifana uba yenziwe ngokwa-chapter 4 we-IPPC futhi ayilungiselelanga noba ukhona ukurhwebelana kwangaphandle. Ubungangakholeli kanjani ke lo mthetho ngoba kaloku zesiphi ke thina ngo-1983 ke sithi abazesingekho 1983 siphithini babetha abantu abesenza le mithetho bekhangela indawo uba yeyiphi indawo enyathela umuntu omnyama apho uba bayiboni lo mthetho awubalulekanga. Yiyo nangxaki babenawo leyo kakhulu. Therefore, this bill is supported, it should be supported ngabo bonke abantu ngoba kaloku isebenzela abantu base-South Africa. Being a signatory in the international agreements, South Africa has obligation to align policies with those of the international standards on plant health. This will be demonstrated through evidence of sustainable management of natural resources, provision of effective national regulatory services and risk management systems, increased contribution of the sector in the economic growth and development of our country. Honorable Chair, this bill seeks to provide phytosanitary measures to prevent the introduction and spread of regulated pests in order to safeguard the South African plants and natural resources. Any introduction and spread of alien plant pests that have potential damage to plant health would negatively impact on food security as well as competitiveness in trade. Yingozi ke leyo ngoba kaloku abanye abantu bethu bona balima into ezifana nombona into enkenenkene elinywa ngexesha layo hayi ngokuthanda kwakho. Uba ke asigada ngaloo nto bakuba sengozini. Therefore, the ANC government, through the implementation of this bill, is committed to ensuring the safe trade and economic growth and economic and development of the sustainability and profitability in the sector of agriculture and forestry. The bill should be supported by all people. It's supported because it's supporting the South African government to sustainable management and use of natural resources. It provides for effective regulatory services. It contributes to the sustainable utilization of natural resources and risk management. It promotes competitiveness of individual enterprises and the entire sector. Honorable Chair, based on the ANC's noble principle of transparency, we want to raise the public awareness among all stakeholders and ensure that they understand their roles and responsibilities. We also fully support all the laws and the regulations that are to be upon the minister because this is going to ensure that this act and when this bill is an act, it works in the interest of the people of South Africa. Proper application of this regulation on plant health will improve competitiveness in trade with plants and plant products. The legislative interventions such as measures being proposed in this bill can play an important role in protecting South Africa's plant health status. Honorable Chair, I therefore say that as ANC we support the bill and we ask everyone to support it because it is the interest of the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Jafta.
Honorable Chair, the Plant Health Bill aims to provide for the control of regulated pests and prevent the introduction, establishment, and spread of regulated pests in the Republic. The bill defines pests as any species, strain, or biotype of plant, animal, or infectious particles to plants or plant products. Section 12 of the bill confers on executive officers the power to conduct pest risk analysis, exempt or prohibit the import of specified plants, plant products, and other regulated articles, implement emergency and provisional measures in relation to imports with the view to prevent the introduction, establishment, and spread of regulated pests. Honorable Chair, this bill is said to be important in securing South Africa's domestic and international trade in plants and plant products. Given our country's active agricultural and forestry sectors, South Africa has an obligation to produce sound, nationally coordinated system in order to maintain and expand its competitive position in the global trade arena. We also support the establishment of the National Plant Protection Organization of South Africa. The bill sets out the duties of the organization. They include, amongst others, providing a national plant protection contact point in terms of the convention in the Republic, conducting pest risk analysis, inspecting consignment of plants, plant products, and other regulated articles, and notifying trade partners regarding non-compliance with import requirements. We support this bill, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Cope. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, it is only getting better, and we would like to congratulate the Portfolio Committee for positioning South Africa for international trade. Honorable House Chair, the regulation of pests is very, very important. I can't understand why it's taken so many years, but we are moving forward, and congratulations to the chair of the Portfolio Committee. Having said that, it is important that once we have confiscated the land without compensation and distribute the land, that when the land is given to the beneficiaries whose land was stolen and who deserves the land, that all these measures be taken into account so that that they grow products that we can put forward into international trade. I want to use the model in Zimbabwe, where before he died, President Mugabe gave people land which they confiscated without compensation. He gave them seeds, he gave them fertilizer, and he also gave them the necessary to avoid the pests. And then on top of it, the Minister of Social Welfare in the country bought the crop, so there was no problems in getting a market. So that's a model South Africa must follow as we expropriate land without compensation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Al-Jamaa supports the amendments.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Tlape.
Thanks, House Chair, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, honorable members, fellow South Africans. The ANC fully support the Plant Health Phytosanitary Bill because currently the National Phytosanitary System of South Africa is administered under the Agricultural Pest Act, Act number 36 of 1983. South Africa is a signatory member of International Plant Protection Convention and the World Trade Organization Agreement on Application of Sanitary and Phytosanitary Measures, and must therefore conform to internationally recognized approved standards. Yaanong bagaetsho, re tshwanetse go baakanya mathata re nang le one a itekanelo ya dijalo le dimela mo nageng ya lona, go latela melawana ya boditšhabatšhaba ya kgwebo le ditumalano tseo di dirilweng ke dinaga tseo Aforika Borwa e leng ya tsona mo ditumalanong tse. Dimela le dijalo ke ka tswa e le dithoro, your grains or crops, merogo, maungo, ditlhare tsa maungo, kgotsa dijo dingwe fela tsa batho le tsa diphologolo tseo di tswang mo dijalong tse di tshwanetse go sireletsega. Se se re pateletsa re le puso go latela melawana e diragadiwang ya kgwebo e bolokesegileng, e seng bofitlha ebile e buletswe batho ba botlhe. Go sala melao e beilweng morago go tla re neela ditšhono go fitlhelela mebaraka ya boditšhabatšhaba ka gore bao re dirang kgwebo le bona ba itse ga re tshotsa dikgato tse di maleba go thibela le go laola malwetse le ditshenekegi tseo di ka tsenang tsa bo tsa phatlhalala le dijalo tsa rona. Re gatelela itekanelo ya dijalo tse tsa rona ka gore ga di ka nna le malwetse seo se ka ama temothuo ya naga le go tlhagisa dijo, go fepa setšhaba le go romela kwa mebarakeng ya boditšhabatšhaba eo re dirang le yona. Ka jalo go botlhokwa go fetisa molawana o, re lebeletse bogolosegolo go thibela tlala le go godisa ikonomi ya rona. Re bone mo malobeng re ne re tlhasetswe ke ditsie le diboko tseo di neng di ja dijalo mme re sa kgone go ntsha dijalo tse di lekaneng. Se se isa theko ya dijo kwa godimo mme ebile malapa ao a sa itekanelang a nna mo kotsing. Gape ga re kgone go rekisetsa mafatshe a kwa ntle, ka jalo ikonomi ya rona le yona e ya kwa tlase. Re itemogetse koketsego ya baagi mo nageng ya rona ka gore ga jaana dipalopalo di supa fa re ka nna le baagi ba ka nna 61 million. Se se raya gore re tshwanetse bagaetsho go beeletsa mo tshireletsegong ya dijo tsa batho le tsa leruo. A ke re ga re lema re fepa batho, re fepa le leruo la rona. Yaanong malwetse a dijalo, malwetse a ditlhare, malwetse a dimela, phetogo ya loapi ka gore le yona re tlisetsa malwetse a re okeletsa bothata. Ka jalo puso e tlhoka gore re matlafatse ka go fetisa molawana o, mme ba tsaya dikgato tse di maleba jaaka go setse go kailwe. Lefapha la rona la bosetšhaba la temothuo le tlhabololo ya mafatshe le tsweletse go fana ka dithuso mo metsemagaeng a rona, ditshingwana, ditanka tsa metsi le dipeo mo metsemagaeng le makeišene a rona e le go leka go lwantsha tlala le go leka go thusa baagi go itemela dijo. Lefapha le ntse le dira ka natla go aga magora kgotsa defense mo metsemagaeng mo re ruileng ka kopanelo kgotsa communal lands e le go leka go thibela malwetse a phatlhalalang a diphologolo. Seo re saletseng jaanong rona ke go ba neela molao o, go ba kgontsha go thibela le go netefatsa gore dijalo le dimela le tsona di itekanetse. We must pay attention to this bill because South Africa's ability to deal with regulated pests will improve our position as a country in global competitiveness when it comes to trade in plants, seeds, trees, and agricultural products. We are fully aware that we have to engage in surveillance of growing plants, which are in our areas under cultivation like fields, plantations, nurseries, gardens, greenhouses, and laboratories. Also, we need to put under surveillance those plants that are in storage or in transportation, particularly with the object of reporting occurrence, outbreak, and spread of pests, and of controlling those pests. This requires training and developing skills on the field, and this has been done in the past through partnering with institutions of higher learning that have the expertise in the plant health related subjects. There's a need to protect our productivity in the agricultural sector when it comes to crop production, because the inputs on soil health, nutrition, irrigation, and crop protection are supplied in different services by service providers who are often also salespersons for products or technologies, and thus requires a broad, efficient management strategy. Ke ka mokgwa o go leng mosola gore le bao ba tshelang di-councillors ba rutiwa gore ba dira jang gore di ska ama tlhagiso ya dijalo. Re tlhoka baitsanape bao ba nang le bokgoni go tlhatlhoba dijalo tse tseo re di romelang ko mafatsheng a kwa ntle le tseo di romelwang mo nageng ya rona, ka gore tseo di tsenang ka naga le tsona di ka tlisa malwetse, tsa ama temo, tsa ama mafulo a diphologolo tsa rona. Ke ka moo molawana o leng botlhokwa go o fetisa, go raya gore ga re dira jalo re ipaa kwa pele ka go thibela seo re buileng ka sona, gore re seka ra iphitlhela re le mo mathateng jaaka mo nakong e fetileng. Re nnile le bolwetse ba molomo le tlhakwana mo leruong, re nnile le ditsie le dibokwana tseo di bidiwang bo fall armyworm tseo di dirang gore mafatshe a kwa ntle a tswalele kgwebo le Aforika Borwa. Jaanong ga ba tswalela kgwebo go raya gore balemirui ba rona ba bantsi ba latlhegelwa ke letseno ga mebereka eo e tswetswe. Ka jalo re iketleletseng kwa pele ka go fetisa molawana o, go tiisa tshepo ya mebaraka e kwa ntle le kgwebisano e le gona gore re godise le ikonomi. Re tlhoka bogolosegolo go tsibosa le go ruta batsaya karolo botlhe mo temothuong ka ga botlhokwa ba itekanelo ya dijalo le dilo tsotlhe tseo di amanang le dikumo tsa temothuo. Through this bill, honorable members, we are committed to ensuring that phytosanitary management system for South Africa operates in compliance with international and national plant health obligations and responsibilities in support of trade, food security, and sustainable resource management. In other words, the bill provides biosecurity for the biodiversity of the country. With effective plant health system in place, it will enable our country to achieve trade-driven growth through expansion to other markets and achieve economic integration through the protection of natural resources. We need to increase public awareness on the role of stakeholders, including general public, in protecting the phytosanitary status of South Africa. Re leboga bao ba tshegeditseng go fetisa molawana o. Jaanong ke batla gore ke re ntate Motlotlegi Masipa, ke go kgalemetse mo mesong ko komiting gore ga o sena dintlha tsa tseo go buiwang ka lona mo lenaaneng o itidimalle, ka gore batho ba bona kwa pele gore content e kete ya fokola. Ga e re ga go buiwa ka se wa go phutha, o itlatlarietsa o phutha dilo tseo go sa buiweng ka tsone. Jaanong ke ne ke re fela ke re mo go tseo di buileng raetso, a ke re motho ha re dipudi di asisa wa ba bonetsa kwa gabo ba ntse ba botsa fa gore ga re teng na re bo Stellenbosch ga o bua ka tse o dira
Thank you.
ANC. Re a leboga.
The Honorable, the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform, Medidiza.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, honorable members, and more particularly the members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development who have participated in this bill, all of them supporting the aims of the bill, but also its importance. And in the way in which members participated in the debate, further affirmed why we need this bill and how it's going to help our country, particularly in ensuring that we prevent any pests of quarantine that might affect our food security negatively. Similarly, the importance of this bill in terms of improving our trade capability as a country and being able to participate in a competitive manner internationally. Again, members of the committee indicated that beyond this bill, it is important that we raise awareness, particularly of stakeholders and general South Africans, about the importance of plant health and its protection. I know, okay, at this moment, sometimes even in the discussion of a very technical bill sithanda ukusika kwelijikayo. Ubaba uMasipho ushilo la iseqedile kodwa kuthiwa ushedo minister awuyenzanga kahle lento yokuba ngushedo. Uthe uma usuqedile kahle wawusungena endabeni ayikho kude ibalekile kodwa manje awusayibeki kahle ngoba phela uyabona indaba nje kagesi nenkinga yawo ikakhulukazi kubalimi. Sixoxe nabalimi kusukela ekuqaleni sacubungula size sifike kulo agro energy fund. Nendaba yamaport sihlangene nabalimi. Kwesinye isikhathi ngiyengazi ukuthi ibaphi labalimi okukhuluma nabo. Ngoba ke noma sengeleha amahlala letibani kade bakugcina ekhaya bakubona usuphelele la emadolobheni. Ngithemba ukuthi uma sesiya ekhankaseni uzokugoda kuye nangasekhaya ukuyobatshela nje ukuthi kubaleke kangakanani ukuvotela ukhongolose ngiyapha.
Thokoza mhlonishwa. Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the Plant Health Bill being read a second time? No objections. Agreed to. The secretary will read the bill a second time.
Plant Health Phytosanitary Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on these registries amendment bill.
May I now recognize the chief whip of the majority party?
Ha ke lebohe mme modulasetulo, ke tsitsinya hore tlaleho ena ya amohelwe ke ntlo ena, ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Can you read the seventh order?
Second reading debate, these registries amendment bill.
Thank you very much. I will now invite again the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, honorable members, our farmers at home and communities. Today, we're debating the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill. The debate around this bill is incomplete without recognizing the importance of these registries in ensuring that property transactions are legally recorded and documented. These property and tenure rights protect communities from exploitation. They help grow strong markets that generate income and create jobs in poor communities and provide equity that motivates residents to invest in their community. These secure rights provide for opportunities for communities to participate in the economy, including global economy. In South Africa, with our history of land dispossession, land has been long viewed as a source of identity, wealth, and power. Actually, if we were to recall, it was for this reason that in 1912, a number of African people, Black people in general, met in Mangaung in the formation of the African National Congress, primarily fighting against land dispossession and the colonialization of our people. As we all know, this registry system did not provide for all these benefits I've just alluded to all South Africans. Njengoba sazi-ke ukuthi imizi yomama nobaba nomkhulu emakhaya ekakhulukazi eindaweni ezingaphansi kwamakhosi bezilokhu zingafakwanga kulolu hlelo lokuthi izindlu zabo zibe khona ohlweni olubizwa nge-deeds. Lokho okusho ukuthi uma sibheka zonke lezi zindawo zibizwa ngokuthi yindawo zikahulumeni, i-state land phecelezi. Bese ke kwenza abaningi bacabange ukuthi uhulumeni unamhlaba omningi ophethe kungaphezu kwalabo abaphethe umhlaba omningi njengalabo abanamaplaza amakhulu, ikakhulukazi amabhange kanye nabezezimayini nalabo alima ngokukhulu. Kukhohlakale ke ukuthi le mindeni eminingi esezindaweni ezisemakhaya uma sibheka ngisho beyakofuna usizo lwezimali uma bethi babeka izindlu zabo njengesibambiso sokuthi bakwazi ukuthola izikweletu baye batshelwe ukuthi they are unbankable, abakwazi ukuba ngaboleka imali ngoba i-value yabo yalezi ndlu zabo azikho nalasohlweni olubizwa nge-deeds registry. Kubalulekile ke ukuthi uma sibheka le amendment bill namhlanje izama ukwenza ukuthi siqale ukuthi nale mizi esemakhaya ikwazi ukuthi ibe khona pha encwadini enkulu esiyazi ngokuthi i-deeds. This is not to preempt the finalization of engagements on transfer of communal land to its rightful owners, but rather to lay the foundation for that to happen when it does take place once the necessary legislation has been passed by this House. Through this amendment, we seek also to empower the minister to regulate that will allow disclosure of information on who owns South Africa in order for us to have statistical data that is accurate and also measure how we are fulfilling our constitutional obligations to ensure equitable redress to land ownership in South Africa. Njoba sazi ke sihlalo kwalendlu kanye namalunga ukuthi abantu abaningi ikakhulukazi nezinhlaka zikahulumeni zayeka emveni kuka 94 ukuthi zisho ukuthi lo umnyama lo umhlophe lo siyazi ke ukuthi bekuzama ukuqeda isimo sobandlululo kodwa inkinga yabo ukuthi asisakwazi ukuba nomnyombo esiwudingayo wolwazi ukuthi empeleni ubani singathi unomhlaba owanele ongakanani kulelizwe lengabadi yakithi. Kubalekile ukuthi sike siphinde sikuhlaziye lokho asikwenzi ngoba sifuna ukucala ucalulo senzela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi uma sithi lo mhlaba waseningizimu Afrika ngabe uphethwe ngokufanele yini ngabo bonke abemi baleli. The other aim of this bill is to provide for the appointment of the Registrar of Deeds, the Deputy Registrar of Deeds, and Assistant Registrar of Deeds in terms of the provision of the Public Service Act of 1994. It would also help us to regulate the membership duties, composition, voting powers, and remuneration of members of the Deeds Registry. We therefore think, Honorable Chairperson and members, that one of the important elements that this amendment seeks to do is to provide that an attorney, conveyancer, and notary in the employ of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development may perform the duties of an attorney, conveyancer, and notary in respect of transaction relating to the state land. I therefore table this bill for the consideration of this House and its support. I thank you.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Inkosi uMandela.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members, good afternoon once again. The purpose of the Deeds Registries Amendment Bill is to amend the Deeds Registries Act of 1937 to make it possible for the appointment of the Register of Deeds in terms of the provisions of the Public Service Act of 1994. The department and the ANC-led government aims through the bill to achieve security of tenure, sustainable development of agricultural land in SA, and to demarcate protected agricultural areas to ensure that agricultural land is preserved and protected against non-agricultural uses in order to promote long-term agricultural production. It is of paramount importance to apply regulative measures to the qualification requirements of a Registrar of Deeds, Deputy Registrar of Deeds, and Assistant Registrar of Deeds for the purpose of laying a foundation for the employment of the Chief Registrar of Deeds. In other words, a deeds office that meets the development requirements of our country. The ANC-led government is committed to fully implementing the mandate of the NDP and use it as map on how SA can combat past injustices and achieve inclusive economic development for all its citizens. The main objective of the NDP is to annihilate poverty and reduce inequality, and this can be achieved through economic diversification and an inclusive economy in SA. However, people need to own land and have a title deed, as it is an asset upon which capital can be raised for development. We believe proper implementation and application of the Deeds Registration Bill will fast-track the process with providing clarity on responsibilities and duties to the Chief Registrar of Deeds. Through the bill, we want to establish and maintain the electronic deeds registration system as contemplated in Section 2 of the Electronic Deeds Registration Systems Act, and maintain the current deeds registration system until fully replaced by the electronic deeds registration system. In our country, land rights are rooted in social relationships, which include household and kinship networks and various forms of community membership, often multiple and overlapping in character. One can say that when it comes to land rights, they are inclusive rather than exclusive in character. Access to land is guaranteed by norms and values embodied in the community's land ethic. This also implies that access to land is defined through social rights, which is distinct from control of land by systems of authority and administration. Social, political, and resource use boundaries are usually clear, but often flexible and negotiable, and sometimes the source of tension and conflict. We also want the authority to be able to supervise over all deeds registries through the Office of the Chief Registrar of Deeds, which will allow better transparency and accountability for the deeds registration system. The main problem with the past acts is that they didn't include the perspective of indigenous people. Most of these acts were based on the individualization of land tenure for registration purposes by using Western corporate models. Consequently, the distinctive communal spirit and responsibilities whereby tenure security are normally ensured were completely ignored. The department has made it clear that it is in accordance with the beneficiary selection and land allocation policy when it deals with the matter of redistribution and tenure security. Such clear mandates require clear roles and responsibilities in operations which need to be performed when it comes to the deeds with respect to land. One might also inquire about the necessity of this exercise of the Deeds Registries Amendment Bill. Research has shown that informal land systems that have existed have shown that they have the potential to impede agricultural growth and development. Honorable members, there is a need for application of land titling for the purpose of improving land transfer towards productive farmers and promote inclusive growth in the sector. We want to encourage improved access to credit for small emerging farmers and landowners. There must be creation of incentives for investment in land improvements, focus on soil conservation, and ability to access new technologies in agriculture. We want to make provision for the minister to be able to make regulation in respect of the collection of personal information relating to race, gender, citizenship, and nationality. For statistical and land audit purposes, to further regulate the registration of state land. Government's objective is to accelerate the land reform program and release land to qualifying individual. The bill will assist in recordal of land tenure rights lawfully issued by government or any other competent authority for the purpose of providing registration waiver of preference in respect of the registered real rights in favor of lessees. A properly developed land administration system in SA is needed, but requires land information by registration to be readily available and reliable. This is because we want to have an integrated process of determining, recording, and dissemination information on the tenure. We also want to determine the value of usage of land in the context of developing sustainable land management and development policy. It is important to stress that we have an effective system when we deal with deeds registration and land matters, because we want to address the matter of informal land rights and communal land right tenure in rural areas. Through this bill, we want to have a computerized register of persons, households, and families, and rights exercised by them with the cadastrally defined or surveyed piece of land, while making sure that systems provide complex, overlapping, fragmented use rights associated with communal land tenure by recognizing secondary and more distant right holders. Transformation of land ownership
Thokoze,
is key
Mhlonishwa.
to the correction of historical injustices.
Thank
I
you.
thank you, and we move for the adoption of the bill.
Thank you. The Honorable Mbabama.
Thank you, House Chair. The Deeds Registry Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Deeds Registries Act, number 47 of 1937, to improve the application and implementation of the Act by streamlining certain administrative provisions, providing for the recordal of land tenure rights, further regulating the powers of the Minister and the Deeds Regulation Board, as well as the board's composition, extending the application of waivers of preference, and introducing further punitive measures regarding deviant conduct. In South Africa, the law does not explicitly guarantee formal ownership to land by title. Land is either registered in the deeds office under formal title or owned by government and administered informally by traditional authorities under what is known as off-register rights. In rural South Africa, mostly in what was known as the TBVC states, that is the former Transkei, Bophuthatswana, Venda, Ciskei, and much later on Qwaqwa. People do not own the land they live on even today. There is no way they can apply for security of tenure, as there is no legislation at present, Minister, to facilitate recordal of their rights in the deeds office. Although the Register of Deeds has been awarded the powers to record the many forms of tenure rights found in South Africa today, under this amendment bill, there first has to be established legislation to facilitate this. The committee in its recommendations urged the Minister to speed up development of the communal land bill or any other legislation that could fast track the facilitation of formal recordal of land tenure rights. Rural insecure tenure also includes the land occupied by farm dwellers, who are the offspring of previous labor tenants on farms that are owned by previous employers. These farm dwellers were born on the farms they live in and consider these farms to be home. They are supposed to be protected by two sections in the Constitution, section 25(6), which states, and I quote, "A person or community whose security of tenure is legally insecure as a result of past racially discriminatory laws and practices is entitled to the extent provided by an act of parliament, either to tenure which is legally secure or comparable redress. Section 26(3) goes on to say, no one may be evicted from their home or have that home demolished without an order of court made after considering all relevant circumstances. No legislation may permit arbitrary eviction. Unfortunately, as my friend, Honorable Masipa said, the present ruling party has failed dismally in enforcing implementation of these two sections via relevant legislation. Even where there is legislation, the monitoring and evaluation of such leaves much to be desired. We saw this when conducting joint oversight visits on the living and working conditions in farming communities across the provinces with the Committee on Employment and Labor. The Democratic Alliance, however, welcomes the Deeds Registry Amendment Bill, which will in future allow the DA and the multi-party charter partners to not only improve the application and implementation of the Deeds Registries Act across the 11 deeds offices, but will also streamline the act with how land ownership needs have progressed over time. Xa ufuna uba yingxenye yokuhlangula uMzansi, bhalisa ku-checkda.org.za uvotele iDA uhlukane ne-ANC. Enkosi.
Ngiyabonga. Motlhomphegi Letlape.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, apart from the comments here under, the proposed amendments generally appear to be sensible, practical, and intended to bring the Deeds Registries Act into line with the formal requirements. Clause 3 of the bill proposes that an amendment of Section 3 of the Deeds Registries Act by extending the duties of the registrar, one of which is to record land tenure rights to include the rights which were historically excluded from the statutes due to the apartheid land policies and property rights. Though the EFF have no problem with this principle, the EFF believes that when this duty is passed on to the registrar, legislation should be passed as to how land tenure rights, which now have to be recorded by the Registrar of Deeds, are going to be established. There are currently various forms of land tenure rights, some of which are probably capable of easy determination and record, and some of which could be probably very difficult to establish and to record. It is of concern that the Register of Deeds could be bogged down dealing with dubious and unclear rights or become involved in litigation in respect of matters which are somewhat vague. Lastly, House Chair, we note that there is a proposed change in substance in that the Deeds Registries Regulations Board may no longer make regulations. Our proposal is that regulations must be made by the Minister on recommendation on the Deeds Registries Regulations Board. This also appears from the proposed amendment of Section 9 of the Principal Act. The EFF supports this bill in this principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Inkosi Tabekhulu.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Deeds Registry Amendment Bill represents a significant step towards modernizing and enhancing the efficiency, transparency, and regulatory framework of deeds registry in our country, a move that we welcome. I would now not support. I would like to emphasize the importance of the recordal of land tenure rights lawfully issued by the government or any other competent authority. Secure property rights and effective land registration institution are fundamental pillars of a modern economy. They instill confidence in individuals and businesses to invest in land, allow private enterprises to leverage land as collateral for borrowing, thereby expanding job opportunities, I'm sorry. Additionally, these mechanisms enable the government to collect property taxes essential for financing infrastructure and service for our citizens. Improved security of land right is crucial for ensuring a sustainable and equitable food security. Sihlalo ngivumele ngithi wemukeleka uzwakala unjalo umthetho kodwa okusemqoka ukuthi umnyango ungqongqoshe womnyango ahlinzekele abantu abahlala endaweni ngokwabelana abantu basemakhaya. Lo mthetho uma uphasile kuyacaca ukuthi kusasa kuyobhekha abantu bekhokha ama property rates. Uma bengakwazi ukukhokha boshoniswa lawo bantu. Ngakho ke akungezwakala ingathi nje into enhle nenkulu eyenziwayo efaka bonke abantu esakeni kanti abasizwa abanye abantu abampofu nabampofu ngoba siyababona abantu abasuka emadolobheni sebexakekile babalela emakhaya bephuma endlini zabo bethenge umhlaba bakhe izindlu ngemali yabo kodwa umuntu uma ehluleka ukukhokhela ama services akhishwe emzini wakhe bayoshona phi labo bantu njengamanje sinabantu ingane zemndeni ehlele emgwaqweni kuthiwa ama street kids ngokusobala kuseduzane ukuthi sibone sesinama street families ngenxa ukuthi abantu behluleka ukuhlangabezana nama property rates. Ngifisa ke ukusho mhlonishwa ukuthi kunjalo ngiyabonga nje ukuthi ngimile la ngavumela ukuthi ngikhulume ngiyabonga.
Siyathokoza mhlonishwa. Honorable Briet.
Dankie huisvoorsitter, ek wag net vir die tyd. Huisvoorsitter, om hierdie wetgewing in die doodsnikke van die 6de parlement te laat goedkeur, is niks anders as die regerende party wat na strooihalms gryp om sy steen te probeer verenig nie. Die wysigingswetsontwerp het beloftes van grondbesit reg, land tenure rights, maar versuim om in ag te neem dat wetgewing wat spesifiek daartoe spreek al vir meer as 'n dekade in die pipeline is en steeds nie veel verder as net 'n plan is nie. Dit maak leë beloftes aan en skep verwagtings by Suid-Afrikaners. Dit skep verder 'n dilemma vir hierdie wetsontwerp, want daar is tans geen wyse van rekordhouding vir grond in tradisionele of gemeenskaplike communal besit nie. Dit natuurlik het weer die potensiaal om die aktekantoor kwesbaar te laat vir onnodige litigasie en geskille in die verband. Die probleem met titelaktes is egter baie groter as wat 'n wysigingswetsontwerp kan regmaak. Dis die geuite storie jaar na jaar. Duisende Suid-Afrikaners het nog nie hul beloofde titelaktes van die staat ontvang nie en alles behalwe die ANC word daarvoor blameer. Vir te lank is talle Suid-Afrikaners gereduseer tot plakkers op hulle eie erwe weens 'n belangrike stukkie papier wat ontbreek. Tydens elke verkiesing voer die ANC onverpoos 'n veldtog om titelaktes aan landsburgers uit te deel. Hierdie is niks meer as 'n goedkoop politieke foefie om stemme te probeer hou deur die sukkelende regerende party nie. So kan ons nie 'n land bou nie. Die wysigingswetsontwerp stel 'n paar goeie verbeteringe voor, moderniseer die bestaande wet, maak voorsiening om elektronies te gaan en bring die wet in lyn met wetgewing soos die openbare dienswet. Dit beloof ook wel 'n klomp goed en uit ervaring gaan die regering van die dag by implementering tekort skiet. Die wet neem onder andere die magte van regulasies by die skep van die akte regulasies raad weg en dit gee dit aan die minister. Nog regulasies wat deur die regerende party uitgebuit gaan word tot niemand se voordeel behalwe hulle self nie. Die obsessie van die regerende party om magte te sentraliseer in die uitvoerende gesag spreek van 'n regering wat bang is om sy mag te verloor. Verder is daar volgens die departement nie 'n finansiële implikasie op hul nie, maar daar word vergeet van al die grond soos gemeenskaplike grond wat nou geregistreer en aangeteken moet word. Dit gaan beslis nuwe stelsels wat gaan geld kos tot gevolg hê. Wat ook kommerwekkend is, veral in ag genome die grondonteieningswetsontwerp wat tans in die ander huis en die wetgewers is artikel 6 van die wetsontwerp wat voorsiening maak vir statistiek van grondbesit wat gegrond is op onder andere ras. Volgens die departement is die bedoeling om grondhervorming se vordering te meet en om toe te sien dat toegang tot grond billik volgens ras is. Maar ons almal weet, dit is geen ander rede as om te kyk wat die regering in die toekoms sal kan vat nie. Soos ouer gewoonte word een probleem opgelos en 10 probleme word geskep. Dit is hoekom daar 'n nuwe regering aan bewind moet kom. Dit is hoekom elke Suid-Afrikaner tydens die komende algemene verkiesing moet gaan stem. Stem vir 'n beter toekoms, stem vir 'n beter Suid-Afrika. Ons kan Suid-Afrika herbou. Ek dank u.
Baie dankie. UDM. ATM. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. How ironic we're talking about land and rights and title deeds while houses are being demolished in Palestine, while some of the Zionist supporters on the left will continue supporting them in the violation of human rights of our people. But I'm not surprised. But I have a few questions, Chairperson. One to the EFF, first of all. Why have you made an about turn on the rights of the people that are living on the Ingonyama Trust land? Those people have absolutely no rights to their land. And Minister, I'm glad you're here to listen. The court had ruled that what the Ingonyama Trust was doing is incorrect. It's unlawful. It's illegal. They must return the money to those people that they have been leasing the land and taking the money, number one. They cannot enter into any lease agreements. Now, what is happening about giving the rightful title deeds back to those people so that they can have ownership in terms of the indigenous land rights that they ought to have been enjoying these days? But strange enough, nobody is talking about that on this side. I don't understand why. Are those people not human beings? Do they not have a right to have their title deeds? I see everybody is quiet. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It seems to be a problem. But I'm not surprised because it's exactly the same thing that they're supporting the Zionist state of Israel in any event. What about the Western Cape and the Khoi and San? The rightful heirs to the land, the water, the fishing and everything. What have they given back to them? Absolutely nothing, no respect, but they bow down to the toes of the Queen of England. But on the Khoi and San, they have very little or no respect for them whatsoever. So what are you doing about that? Absolutely nothing. Why you look so stunned? Isn't that the truth? Yes, it is. But anyway, I think it is very important that we need to address these issues. I think the measures in terms of this bill, I think it's very progressive and I think people need to be protected. But very importantly, I think we need to be consistent in what we do and what we say. It's very easy to come here and grandstand, but when it affects you, then you don't have anything to say. You're silent, dead silent. I've never seen this house so silent before. But I hope that we will facilitate and accelerate the process of ensuring the people on that Ingonyama Trust land get back their rights. And I agree with what you've said earlier on, that of course, they've got no rights on that land. They can do absolutely nothing. And worse than that, you know, they have to pay every month. Can you imagine? Now that's the theft at the highest level as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, I do hope my people have a wake-up call on this left here and consider the Khoi and San. It's very, very important because they are the rightful land that you are actually occupying. The NFP will support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mhlomphegi Metswete.
Honorable Chairperson, the Deed Registry Amendment Bill exists to make amendments to the Deed Registry Act of 1937, to streamline certain administrative provisions, to provide for the recordal of land tenure right, to further regulate the powers of the minister and the Deeds Regulation Board, as well as the board composition, to extend the application of waiver of preference, and to introduce further punitive measures regarding deviant conduct. In short, the bill seeks to ensure improvement of the application and implementation of the Principal Act, not what has been said earlier by my colleague on my left. Urhulumente we-African National Congress kunye nesebe lezolimo
Sabariele, as a belief. As a belief, we'll take you out.
Urhulumente we-African National Congress kunye nesebe lezolimo, uhlaziyo lomhlaba kunye nophuhliso lwamaphandle liyawuxhasa lo mthetho uyilwayo ulungisiweyo wobhaliso lwetayitile. Kutheni siwuxhasa nje? Kungokuba this amendment bill allows for full alignment of the Deeds Registry Act to the Public Service Act of 1994. The Principal Act currently gives an impression that appointments of registrars, deputy registrars, and chief register of deeds are effected in terms of Deed Registry Act, but it is actually the Minister of Public Administration. Umthetho lo ulwayo ubonelela ngerekhodi lamalungelo omhlaba akhutshwe ngokusemthethweni ngurhulumente. Sele iminyaka emine ukusukela oko isebe lezetayitile lagunyaziswa ukuba liqale le nkqubo yokurekhoda amalungelo ethenya njengoko kucetyisiwe kuphononongo lobuphathiswa. Ukwaziswa kolungiselelo lokubhalwa kwamalungelo kukuqondwa kwemfuno yokuqinisekisa ukuba amalungelo omhlaba ongekho sikweni amkelwa ngokupheleleyo kwaye akhuselwe ngumthetho njengoko kufuneka in terms of section 25 subsection 6 of the Constitution. Okokugqibela kutheni siwuxhasa? Irekhodi yamalungelo ibonelela ngokufanelekileyo ubume obuntsonkothileyo kunye nobuncinci bamalungelo kwiindawo zoluntu. Ivumela umgaqo-nkqubo ubunjwe ngokwamava oluntu kwaye kunye nokuhlala kobomi babo bemihla ngemihla. Honorable members will be aware that this House has in recent past approved the Electronic Deeds Registry System Bill. This means that a computerized land information system will also cover land tenure in communal areas. At the moment, their rights in land are not recorded in the deeds registries. This is a major step forward in the right direction to bring registration and recordal of tenure in one registration system. The system must provide for complex, overlapping, fragmented use right associated with communal land tenure by recognizing secondary and more distant right holders. As the department reported to the committee, these issues are being addressed in the Communal Land Tenure Bill and Communal Land Tenure Policies. Recordal of land tenure rights brings tenure security and certainty. Another progressive introduction to the bill is found in section 3(1), subsection I. This section provides for the registration of waivers of preference in respect of registered real rights in land in favor of mortgage bond. Improvement in the application of deed legislation and policies requires a well-capacitated deeds office and deeds registry system. As section 9 clearly shows, the establishment of deed registry regulation board plays a vital role because of the evolvement of our deeds registry system. Malunga hloniphekileyo wendlu yowiso-mthetho. Kwisicelo sethu sokutshintshwa kwendlela yobunini bomhlaba, njengoko sonatyelwa ngumgaqo-siseko woMzantsi Afrika, kubalulekile ke ukwazi ukuba ngoobani abaneziqwenga somhlaba kwizwe lethu. Igatya lomthetho wesithathu kwisolotya leshumi lomthetho oyilwayo libonelela ngokubandakanywa kommiselo ophathelelwe kuqokelelo kolwazi lomntu ngokunxumene nobuhlanga, ubumi kunye nobuzwe babanini mhlaba abaseMzantsi Afrika. Yiloo nto ke uzova izijwili nezililo zikaRagayeli ezivela kulamavanga adubula inyanga. Xa kuzodandalaziswa ezi nkcukacha, bafuna abokufika ba-owne umhlaba apha kweli zwe lethu. Thobani amaxhala ke emzi wakwethu, kuba kaloku thina singurhulumente wentando yesininzi African National Congress. Asisothuswa ngumsindo wempuku. Siyakwazi esokuphathisiweyo ngabemi boMzantsi Afrika babeka ithemba labo kuthi iAfrican National Congress ukuze siqhubekeke siphucule impilo zabo. Yiloo nto ke ndinethemba xa ndime kule ndawo lokuba ngaba baza kuqhubekeka abemi boMzantsi Afrika basiboleke ooni babo ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubekela phambili siyile imithetho engqamene nokuphucula kwempilo zabo. Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili.
Siyabulela. Mhlonishwa Chafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Deeds Registries Amendment Bill is a progressive piece of legislation in South Africa's racial divisive deeds registration regime. The amendment provides, amongst others, for the recordal of land tenure rights and issuing of certificates of registered titles which are incomplete or unserviceable. We have always held a view that tenure security can be achieved through, amongst others, having a rigorous deeds registration regime to guarantee tenure certainty. We welcome the proposed amendment to Section 4 of the Deeds Registries Act. The Registrar of Deeds is conferred discretion under this section with regards to the lodgement of all the relevant deeds and documents. Both the powers of the Minister and the Deeds Regulation Board are regulated to prevent the abuse of power. Punitive measures are also introduced regarding deviant conduct. We must also note that problems which were experienced with the lodgement of consent and operative deeds in instances of the change of names of big companies or close corporations are cured under the bill. We are, however, concerned that deeds registration offices are still remote and the bill has not sought to use municipalities through the application of cooperative governance as extended deeds registration centers. We are also grateful to the committee for its transformative posture around this bill. We do not make this point lightly. This amendment, for example, provides for the upgrading of title deeds in respect of the change of surnames of women. Double-barrel surnames can appear in deeds registration. The AIC supports the bill, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Cope. PAC. Aljama. The Honorable Masipa.
House Chairperson, the bill before this House aims to amend the Deeds Registry Act 47 of 1937 by, amongst others, streamlining specific administrative provisions and enabling the recording of land tenure rights. We raised our concerns in the committee regarding the insertion of the recordal of land tenure rights without enabling legislations. The ministry, having failed the people of the rural South Africa, has resorted to shortcuts instead of addressing the root issues. Minister, we have supported per conditions as outlined by Honorable Mpapama. Rinyamile Gudu, House Chairperson, ka gore Minister le lefapha la gagwe ba paletswe ke go phethagatša ditshepišo tša bona ka ngwaga wa 2014 ba tshepišitše maAfrika Borwa gore ba tla fetiša molao o bitšwang gore ke Communal Land Bill ka sejatlhapi ke molao wa dinaga magae. Badudi ba dinaga magae le bona ba nyaka ditokelo tša bodudi tše molaong go tshwana le tša batho ba motsesetoropong. Modulasetulo, nnete ke gore minister o paletšwe ke go kgonthišiša gore section 25.6 ya molaotheo go thuša badudi ba magaeng ba Afrika Borwa. Phetošo ya Ultra Bill e bile monyetla o mobotse, Honorable Chairperson, wa go lokiša mathata a batho ba magaeng bao ba tlhokago ditokelo tša mafase a bona, di-title deeds ka Sekgowa. Ga jwale go tswile ntwa ya madi a makhwibidu magošing a borena. Maloko a borena a mangwe a kgone go boloka bana ba bona mo magaeng a bo bona. Lebaka e le goreng bogoši jo bongwe bo re naga ke ya bona.
Order.
House Chairperson, please.
I've done that. Proceed. Proceed.
You must send her out. Yeah. Due to the absence of title deeds, our families are subjected to this fight. Bana ba mpa ga ba nošane metsi ka se sebaka. The escalation in cost of burial expenses is nothing short of disaster brought by the corrupt ANC colleagues in this house. Go ya godimo ga ditshenyegelo tša poloko ya bahu o tlhotšwe ke go tlhoka maikarabelo wa mmušo wa ANC. Jwalo ka kgwedi ya Mopitlo le a tšwa lena ma-comrade re a tsena rena ko Union Building. DA e tlo phološa Afrika Borwa mo mathateng a le a tlhotšego mo nageng and wasted. Yes, we're going to fix it in the next 5 years with the moonshot approach. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. Oh, order. Order, honorable members, order. You can't shout like that. May I now welcome Dr. Tlape again to the podium?
Thanks, House Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, honorable members, Badudi ba Afrika Borwa. Research shows that South Africa has the land registration system as the only official and reliable source of land information, which is based on land survey system. The present registration system does not provide for registration of communal land rights, and as a result, official information in respect of communal land tenure is currently insufficient and unreliable. We therefore need a comprehensive and effective land administration system for all the land tenure rights based on reliable land information in order to provide for sustainable development. And this is according to PLENARY in 2013. The ANC supports the process of Deeds Registry Amendment Bill to enable us to substitute for certain obsolete expressions. Now, communal land kgotsa tlhakanelo ya mafatshe ke mokgwa wa bophelo mo metsemagaeng a le mantsi ya magosi. Jaanong go tlhoka bosupi ba gore baagi ke beng ba lefatshe go kgoreletsa tswelopele jaaka ba sena tetla go tlhabolola kgotsa go dirisa mafatshe jaaka ba eletsa. Ka jalo re tlhoka mokgwa wa go ikwadisiwa ga mafatshe o tsenyeletsa mafatshe a otlhe go sireletsa ditshwanelo tsa bao ba nnang mo gona ka gore se se neela puso maatla gore ditlhabololo di ka lebisiwa kae. Ke mo mafelong a makae a re fitlhelang puso e tshwerwe matsogo e palelwa ke go tlisetsa baagi ditirelo ka gore ba sena bosupi ba gore ke beng ba lefatshe. When it comes to property ownership, honorable members, the title deed is the legal evidence that you truly own a property, and it reflects the tenure, value, and usage of land in context of developing sustainable land management and development policies. The benefits of what we're seeking to address today are the following: the socio-economic benefits, investment in housing as one of the indication of tenure security, because residents are always willing to invest in home and environmental improvements. 2, access to formal credit through the use of property titles as collateral. You are able to access formal credit and you are considered as a person who's reliable because you will not want to lose your property. So this is more selecting land titling over other tenure options. Mme se sentle ke gore batho ba botlhe ba adimang madi ditshekatsheko kgotsa dipatlisiso le yona research e bontsha gore ba adimela go tlhabolola bogolobogolo di-property tsa bona. On municipal government revenues, the integration of informal settlements into formal urban land and housing market is widely held to increase potential for local governments to raise revenue from property taxes, as well as fees for land registration, transfer, capital gains, and inheritance. And this can be used to finance the provision of improved services and create virtuous cycle of improved local governance and competence. On economic development for poverty reduction, the surveys in South Africa found that holding a title deed made household heads feel more empowered as they have access to formal credits, as we've indicated, but they're able to focus on other issues instead of worrying over a roof over their head. Impacts on urban land and housing markets. The land titling is often promoted as a means of stimulating land markets in which households use their properties to trade up as a means of increasing their title base. Yaanong, ne re 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 tsenye sekolo mo, Ntate Masipa, go fetolwa ga molawana o, karolo ya ntlha le ya bobedi e bua ka go thapa. The registry, the chief registry, the assistant registry, we building capacity. Bokgoni bo go tlholang go tipuso ga ena bone. Mme Mamolokoko ba igana debate ka sona. A re baagi ba di-RDP ba tshwanelwa ke go nna le di-title deed. Le ha go na le tshallo morago, ba semeletse ga jaana ba dira jalo. Mme ebile ga ba felele foo. Baagi ba ba nang le ditshabo ko ba ipeying, mo re bitsang ba ipei leng di-informal settlements. Le tsona ba di tsenya tsa metsi, ba di tsenya tsa motlakase, ba tsenya kgeleloleswe, mme di tshatse. Ha di setse di le mo seemong seo, ba kgona gore ba ba fe di-title deed. Se se raya gore masepala le ena o bona letseno jaaka re sentse re kaya ka gore ga o tlhabolola go raya gore jaanong tlhabologo le di-improvement tse o dirang madi a tsenang ko ga masepala di-tax, property tax e nna mantsinyana. Yaanong a re kwadise mo gotlhe mo go tsenyeletsa le tsona di-communal lands jaaka ntse re bua gore baagi ba rona ba seke ba tshwenyega jaaka re ne re kwaletswe ke Ntate Elcon Matlala wa ko Jane First a re kopa gore e re ha le fetisa molao le lebelle metse magae le mafatshe a rona a tlhakanelo. This will result in dramatic increase in land values over a very short time span, particularly in well-located areas. Yaanong re kopa gore re fetise molao o gape go fana ka maatla mo go ministera ka gore wa re o tlhobogile ministera karolwana ya botlhano clause 5 ya re neelang ministera maatla e le gore a tla dira melawana e tla potlakisang tiriso ya melao ka gore ga jaana maatla ko botong yaanong re mo neela ka go fetola karolwana ya botlhano. Ya go na le karolwana e ke e ratang ya borataro clause 6 ya re a re yang go kwadisa ka bosemorafe ka bong ka gore o mang a o moagi wa South Africa kgotsa yang. Motho o mo nang thare hela letsa go hitisa ke tabogela Western Cape ke a go sheba gore lefatshe la ko Stellenbosch la ko Western Cape ke la gamang balla ga ba batle re itse yaanong ra o fetisa molawana o gore re tle re itse gore beng ba mafatshe a ke bomang. Re fetola molao wa bagaetsho gore re lofe seriti le baagi ba Aforika Borwa go fedisa dikgotlhang tsa go lwanela mafatshe le matlo a boswa go matlafatsa le gore le kgone go itirela lotseno ka gore le godise ikonomi ya rona. Re a leboga.
Ra leboga mme. Motlhomphegi tona mme Didiza.
Thank you very much, House Chair and honorable members, and also thank the members who have participated in the discussion on this amendment bill of the Deeds Registry. And I would like to thank all of them for having reflected on some of the important areas that this bill seeks to cover. However, I do need to appreciate concerns that have been made by members about the need to ensure that we also simultaneously pass the legislation that deals with the communal land administration. But I think it's important to correct certain things which were said here. that the ANC has dragged its feet on this matter. Honorable Masipa, I'm not sure whether you were here in 2004. The first Communal Land Rights Act was actually passed by this House. However, it was taken by other members, obviously using their rights to court where certain sections were actually struck off by the court. So it cannot be true to say that there was no attempt to address this matter. Secondly, one of the processes of land or of lawmaking in our country allows for consultation by many South Africans. You would know that the issue of communal land and the issue of multiplicity of tenural systems has been a debate in South Africa, which has led finally to go outside the country to look at what are other systems that operate, working with the traditional leaders and their communities, such that the legislation that we pass will actually be that has support for everyone. And last year, we had a Communal Land Rights Administration Summit working with traditional leaders, members of this parliament participated, and others, where we looked at how we can address this matter so that we bring certainty. So it cannot be true coming from you as a member of this portfolio committee in particular to say nothing has been done. And I do really hope that as we go out, even to canvass the votes, we become honest to the electorate. And I'm happy that Nkosi Cebekulu has also raised an important matter to say, while we appreciate the importance of titling and that forming part of security and ensures economic investment, how do we address the issue that might result from landlessness as a result of people who may be mortgaging their homes and not being able to pay and losing those assets? So it's some of those matters that we must work on and find a balance. And I think it's important for us not to ignore that reality, as we've seen, if again, coming to my adopted province, your province, Honorable Masipa, if you drive just out of Seshego going to Muleji, that area, which looks like a suburbia, it's actually tribal land in Muleji because of people who are not able to pay the rates and not affording to pay for their household, who have moved and asked for land from communal areas.
Thank
You
you.
go to Eastern Cape, Kwandabeni, beautiful houses, people are there. So what is it that we can do to have a multiplicity of tenural system that is codified, that can actually be accepted by our financial institutions and can be recorded in the deeds office? So
Thank
the
you
issue
very
of
much.
whether you start with the communal land and add with the deeds office is actually not, in my view, a debate. But what Honorable Babama has said, that it's important to fast track, it's what
The
we should.
time is up,
I
honorable
think
member.
honorable members of the DA have been missing me in this debate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the Deeds Registration Amendment Bill being read a second time? No objections agreed to. The secretary will read the bill a second time.
Deeds Registries Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. We proceed now to order number 8, the Honorable, the Secretary.
Consideration of Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Amendment Bill and of the report of Standing Committee on Finance on amendments proposed by the National Council of Provinces.
Thank you very much. May I ask the Honorable Maswanganya to introduce the report?
Thanks, Chairperson. Morning, Presenter, amendment, yeah, Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Amendment Bill. The Standing Committee Finance report on this bill was adopted on the 17th of May, 2023. The Select Committee on Finance, NCOP, adopted their committee report on the 10th of October, 2023. And the bill was subsequently referred back to the Standing Committee Finance National Assembly to consider proposed technical amendments to the bill. The Standing Committee was briefed on the proposed technical amendments to the bill on 5th December 2023. The proposed technical amendments to the bill are as follows. The definitions, development charges definition. The proposed amendment seeks to clarify that development charges may contribute to the cost of capital infrastructure assets for engineering services, or such costs as well as the cost of land for parks and open spaces in respect of an application for the use of land for residential purposes, or both these costs as well as, if approved by the Minister for Municipal Services, other than the engineering services. The other definition that had to be corrected is capital infrastructure assets. The proposed amendment seeks to clarify that municipalities can use development charges to contribute to infrastructure to service parks and open spaces and municipal services. Clause 4G, 9G, subsection 7. National Treasury picked a typographical error which makes the intention of subsection 7 incorrect. The amendment proposes to address the omission of the word "not" in section 9(7), subsection 7, so that it reads as follows. There's a long sentence, I'm not going to read it. It's in the, you have it in the ATC. Yeah, thanks, Becky with an H. It's a grammatical correction, so I don't have to go into a long detail of is, comma, and all those. Clause 4, section 9. National Treasury proposed to substitute clause 91 for the following. Where a bulk or link engineering service is intended to service subsequent development and traverse the internal boundaries of the land development by an applicant, the municipality and the applicant must agree that the service must be regarded as an external or internal engineering service. Or if B, the municipality and the applicant do not agree, as contemplated in paragraph A, the municipality's determination applies. The committee agrees with the amendments proposed in the bill as reflected in the C list of the bill. I therefore move for the adoption of the report in Samuel Stool. You can see.
Thank you. As there is no speakers list, may I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the bill be adopted as amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I firstly recognize those parties that wish to make a declaration? The DA?
Thank you, Chair. As we are on the brink of another budget speech in Parliament, there is a real fear that when the Finance Minister delivers his budget tomorrow, the ANC will again raise taxes, which South Africans just cannot afford. After 30 years in government, the ANC has created an economy that cannot generate jobs. Crime has spiraled out of control, electricity and water shedding, financial grey listing, failing ports, ANC-run municipalities where the decay of mismanagement have completely eroded essential services and devastated infrastructure. Chair, the proposed amendment bill before us is just an expansion of more tax powers, in effect giving the state more powers to tax taxpayers to pay for municipal infrastructure that should have been maintained and developed by the state in the first place. You see, Chair, the ANC government needs more and more tax to prioritize their expenses, such as the out of control and ballooning public sector wage bill and the R1 billion bailouts to SOEs, because they create the system that divert taxpayer money into the ever more hungry troughs of ANC millionaires who live by the slogan, "It is our time to eat." And while they eat, the country spends more and more on repaying debt, while those that can still pay taxes need to be taxed harder to feed the cadres. In short, a recipe for disaster, a failed state. Chair, South Africa does not just need to be fixed, it needs to be rescued. And there is only one party with a track record of delivery and a rescue plan, and that is the DA. On Saturday, we revealed our election manifesto, which outlines our clear rescue plan for South Africa. It identifies 7 key priorities that we will use to achieve our first term in government. Number 1, we will create 2 million new jobs. Number 2, end load shedding and water shedding. Number 3, halve the rate of violent crime in the country. Number 4, crush corruption by abolishing cadre deployment. Number 5, lift 6 million people out of poverty. Number 6, triple the number of grade 4 learners who can read for meaning. Number 7, ensure quality healthcare for all, irrespective of economic status. And Chair, all of this can be achieved without raising taxes or raiding the Reserve Bank's risk reserve. Under the DA's rescue plan, we will create a new tax system that encourages investment, creates jobs, and restores the public trust in the government's ability to responsibly manage taxes. The current pool of taxpayers needs to be grown. We need more taxpayers, not higher taxes, and therefore the DA will commit to no further tax increases and only adjusting annual tax brackets in line with inflation. Instead of raising VAT, which will just further inflate the current cost of living, the DA will expand the list of zero-rated basket items to include essential protein and nutrition items, such as chicken, beef, beans, wheat, flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder. Instead of increasing the country's debt, the DA's rescue plan includes getting our public finances under control by stabilizing our debt, making SOEs financially sustainable, and developing a savings culture through programs that incentivizes saving. The DA's proposed Youth Employment Opportunity Certificate will empower young employees to break free from sectoral wage agreements so they can negotiate flexible employment terms to get them started with their careers so they can build experience, thus becoming more employable. You see, Chair, it's easy to just raise taxes and use the current tax base to plug the holes left by the insatiable cadres' never-ending need to eat. But it takes courage to turn it around and rescue this beautiful country of ours. As election 2024 draws ever nearer, let voters unite behind the only party that has the track record and the rescue plan to turn things around. In 2024, a vote for the DA is a vote to rescue South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, members.
The EFF is not going to waste time on the little changes. We'll accept all of them. We'll focus on the substance. This bill represents a pivotal step towards enhancing the efficacy of the municipal governance and fostering more cohesive unitary state within South Africa. This legislation seeks to empower municipalities with increased fiscal autonomy and operational capacity, thereby aligning with the broader objectives of the economic freedom fighters in eradicating provincial structures and advancing a unified national framework. Therefore, the EFF supports this bill. At the heart of this bill lies a recognition of the critical role municipalities play in driving local development, service delivery, and economic prosperity. By granting municipalities enhanced fiscal powers and functions, the legislation acknowledges the unique needs and challenges faced by local communities and underscores the importance of situational decision-making in addressing these particular issues effectively. Furthermore, it signifies a departure from the previous authoritarian approach to governance towards a more inclusive and participatory model that empowers local authorities to tailor policies and initiatives to suit their specific requirements on the ground. One of the key hidden benefits of this bill is its potential to clear the confusion and administrative inefficiencies that have plagued certain regions, such as the Western Cape. You can swear that Langa, Nyanga, Guguletu, Khayelitsha, Mitchell's Plain, Philippi are not in the same metro with Cape Town, Constantia, Clifton, Bantry Bay, and Bishop's Court. The erroneous and unconstitutional belief propagated by some misguided political factions that this province could be transformed into an independent country is quite regrettable and must be rejected with contempt it deserves. Firstly, you must supply clean water to this parliament so that you don't use bottled water. Then we can begin to trust you. By devolving greater powers to municipalities, this legislation seeks to dispel such notions of separatist development and reaffirm the integral role of municipalities within a national framework. It underscores the fact that effective governance is contingent upon cooperation and collaboration between local and national entities rather than the pursuit of divisive, racist, and impractical agendas. Moreover, aligning with the EFF's vision of a unitary state, the bill represents a crucial step towards streamlining administrative structures and eliminating redundant layers of government. Provinces must go. By consolidating authority at the municipal level, the legislation not only enhances efficiency and accountability, but also fosters a sense of unity, ownership, and cohesion among diverse communities. It lays a foundation for a more equitable distribution of resources. As I conclude, this bill empowers municipalities and by default, rendering outdated provincial structures obsolete. The bill heralds a new era of inclusive and effective governance, wherein the needs and aspirations of all South Africans can be addressed comprehensively and equitably from one common center. As such, it warrants indeed the wholehearted support of everyone. The EFF government will abolish provinces and give life to empowerment of municipalities. We still support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo. Useshilo kuhlalo komiti lapha ukuthi lo mthetho sawubuka nyakenye ngenyanga kaNhlaba ngakho angizukwanda ngomlomo njengembenge. Kwangizawuphawula nje amaphuzu nambalwa ukuqinisekisa ukuthi saweseka ngokupheleleyo. Lona ngomunye wemthethwana emqoka nenenjongo ezinhle kuphela nje uma yolandelelwa ngendlela ofanele balandelwe ngayo ukuze ufeze injongo zawo. Kulendlu mningi imithetho sesiyiphasisile emihle ningasiphumelelisa njengesizwe kodwa ke kuyasala ekwenzeni lokho okufanele basikwenze ukuze lo mthetho leyo inikeze impumelelo kubantu bakithi esibahlinzeka ngayo. So baleka ke sihlala ukuthi siqinisekise lokho kulandelayo uma siweseka lo mthetho ukuthi sikhuculula konke ukungcola yonke inqa komasipala efaka phakathi inkohlakalo nokusetshenziswa kwemali ngendlela engcithakalo nengenayo inzuzo. Siqinisekise futhi ukuthi uma sebeyiqoqele izintela eziqone nokunikeza izinkonzo imali ayehli ngemlenze kulabo abaqondene futhi akusetshenziswa ubungani ekuhlonzeni ukuthi malini ezochajwa kuloyo onikezwa inkonzo ukuze athuthukise indawo leyo. Kuyiqiniso ke futhi ukuthi njengezwe sesikubeka kwacaca kule ndlu ikhathe eziningi ukuthi njenge-IFP siyakweseka ukuthi umasipala bahlinzeke ngezimali ezithe xaxa njengohulumeni ophambi kwabantu. Lena ngenye indlela ke yofeza lokho ukuthi bekwazi ukuqoqa izinkonzo ezithile behlawulise futhi izintengiso ezithile ukuze bekwazi ukufeza izidingo zabantu bakithi. Kodwa ke lokho esengikusho ngenhla ikona ngibona ukuthi kubaluleke kwedlula konke. Nesethemba ukuthi lo mthetho uphasa kahle kulesi sikhathi ngoba lukhulu ushintsho oluzokwenzeka maduzane nje uma sedlula kulolu khetho lolu. Ngoba uhulumeni lo osekhombise ukubedelela abantu nokungabazi nokuthi bayini isikhathi sakhe sesiphelile. Isikhathi lesi esisingena kuso manje isikhathi esihle esinomdlandla wezepolitiki oyimisele ukuthi zonke izinqumo nemithetho esishayayo ifezwe njengalokhu kufanele. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kwesihlalo njengeqembu le-IFP saweseka lo mthetho nyakenye namanje futhi sisaweseka. Ngicela nje ukuxwayisa kakhulu lapha umhlonishwa uSikhosana kule mzuzwana embalwa ukuthi uma sincokola kuhle kodwa ukhona udaba engibona ukuthi asingancokoli ngalo lolo lithinta ukubuyisana phakathi kweqembu lika-ANC ne-IFP ngoba umholi wethu wahamba inhliziyo yakhe engenhle ngalo. Udaba labantu abadala kufanele basincokola siqiniseke ukuthi siqhela kude nalo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. FF plus?
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP?
Chair. Good.
Oh, sorry. Good.
May I continue? House Chair.
Are you proceeding? I didn't hear you well. They were making noise. I'm sorry, Mr.
Are you-
Heron.
Back to House Chair if I can.
I can't, no, your sound, I can't hear you. Eh? What is he saying? He's not taking part. Okay.
No, it's not.
Proceed.
House Chair, I would like to make a declaration.
Oh, I'm waiting for you to proceed then. Honorable Sheikh Imam, can you take your seat on the left? Proceed, but we can't hear you. I think do you have earphones on?
No.
There's something. Yeah. Proceed. Yes, proceed.
Okay, thank you, House Chair. So House Chair, development charges arise out of an application by a property owner to change the development of the property from its as-of-right development. The underlying principle is that if the property owner develops the property as of right and in terms of the property zoning and bulk rights, then no development charge is levied because the proposed development, in theory, has no burden on the existing or publicly funded and planned infrastructure. We support this principle and the clarity provided in the proposed bill. When a property owner seeks to increase the development rights and impose unplanned extra use on public infrastructure, then there's a duty to pay for the additional infrastructure that is needed, and we thus support this bill. However, there's a missed opportunity, Chair, to take the principle of as-of-right development versus additional development rights further, to provide for land value capture or land value sharing. The Minister of Finance should be working on amendments to the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Act to deal with land value capture linked to amendments to SPLUMA. When a property owner or developer applies for additional development rights on a property, this is usually because of public and other investment surrounding the property. The property has become more valuable because of the investment of the state, national, provincial, or local governments and other private investments, and the increased value of the property lends itself to increased development. These development rights belong to the public, and right now, other than through development charges, our planning regime is giving these extra development rights away free of charge without requiring any contribution to public goods like affordable housing. So, Chair, how land value capture or land value sharing is a suitable tool to support a mandatory inclusionary housing policy, and we urge the ministers to take this work to its logical conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. And the NFP, it's your opportunity now.
Thank you, House Chairperson. When we talk about the word municipal, it reminds me of the plight of the Palestinian people. When they have to move from one municipal boundary to the other, they have to go through various checkpoints. Even if they want food aid to go from one area to one municipal boundary to another, it cannot go through because of the Zionist state of Israel and their barbaric lifestyle and conduct. Now, Honorable Chairperson, the amendment bill provides for uniform regulation of development charges. Development charges are a once-off charge levied by a municipality on a landowner as a condition for approving land development applications. Now, the question is this going to encourage development or not? To some extent, yes, it would. In certain areas, perhaps it will affect them. And you can see the comments that were made by the Democratic Alliance when you talk about particularly the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town, where large tracts of land are being sold to foreigners. And that is why I repeatedly call for the people in the Western Cape and particularly in Cape Town to rise and rise now before there will be no land left. Before this beautiful city of Cape Town and this Western Cape will be handed over to foreign nationals, foreign interests, particularly the Zionists. If you do not act now, that is what is going to happen in the future. So I'm urging all our brothers and sisters here of whatever race, whatever gender, come together and stop the path that the Democratic Alliance and others are following in colluding with the Zionist state of Israel. And I can assure you their intention is to turn this into a Zionist state. I can assure you that is what it is all about.
Point of
While
order.
we talk about the issue of land and things, land restitution,
Point
they
of
have
order.
repeatedly been selling large tracts of land away, repeatedly.
Honorable
in
Bergman,
full view of the country. And
our screens are open. We don't see your hand. You don't have to shout.
So,
Chair, I've had my hand up.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, take your seat. Please, Honorable Bergman.
Chair, we've heard Honorable Sheikh Imam for many speeches now, taking opportunity
What
to
is your
incite
point of
violence.
order? That is not how you start a point of order. What's your point of order?
The Honorable Member is inciting violence on the streets of Cape Town. He should be brought to order for inciting violence on the streets of Cape Town.
That is not a point of order, in my opinion. If you have an issue, you know what to do. Proceed, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Chairperson, that is not inciting violence, but asking us, given from the history where we come from, we don't want to go back there. The land belongs to all who live in it. I said before, not those who want to come here, steal the land, and then say it belongs to them. It belongs to us South Africans. So let us protect our interests. Let us protect our land. Anybody that's attempting to want to take that right away from us, we have a right to protect that. And that is what I'm calling on South Africans in the Western Cape, particularly to do, and to start right now before it is too late. Because what you lose, you are not going to get back. So that's basically what I am actually saying. On the other hand, I want to talk about these municipalities, particularly if you look at KwaZulu-Natal and many of these others, the corruption levels at these municipalities. So the question is more money that's going to come in, there's more monies for them to steal. That's what it is all about.
Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP supports this. Thank you.
The AIC. I'm sorry, Honorable Chafter, if you are there. Okay. COPE, PAC, Al-Jama, the ANC.
Gallewa House Chair, Honorable Member Kamkana Halina ka ditulo tsa lena ka ho fapafapana. Ke re dumelang. The ANC welcomes the amendments brought by the Select Committee to an important piece of legislation. Local government, besides being central to providing basic services, has a critical developmental role to play in building local economic development and changing the people's lives for the better. Malobanyana mo ka pulo ya parliament, ka di-debate, re kwele masetlapelo taba e bohloko e aparetseng City of Tshwane. Tšhelete ya mphiwa fela, ya go no tla ba re tšeang tšhelete e le e šomišeng gore le tlo kgona gore le thuše batho ba mo City of Tshwane, e boetse morago. Hawa mare ke masetlapelo e yona e aowa batho ba Modimo a ya loka. A se e tla loka bjang mara taba e. The ANC believes that for the economy to grow and develop, infrastructure investment and build is fundamental to providing an expansionary base for the economy, job creation to deal with overcoming poverty levels. This applies to both urban and rural municipalities. We have, as the ANC, COGTA, SALGA, and other central stakeholders been seized with the state of local government finances. It is an area that most municipalities struggle with. Most municipalities struggle with, to an extent that they just return the money back. However, too, this leads to underinvestment, both in maintaining existing infrastructure and building new infrastructure to meet the demands of urbanization and rural development, and the rapid rise in the demand for basic services. The direct impact is that municipalities struggle to provide both the availability and reliability of municipal services, and this directly impacts on local economic development, and additional private investment draws away. Land and development projects are often delayed by the unavailability of late delivery of bulk infrastructure. When we passed the amendment bill last year, we were clear as the ANC that the regulation of the power of municipalities to levy development charges was a very necessary intervention to build local economic development and ensure that municipalities are anchors in the provision of services. Therefore, the regulations needed to enable municipalities to levy development charges is critical in terms attempting in part to strengthening the financial sustainability of municipalities, enable municipalities to mobilize their own revenue resources to finance the rehabilitation of existing infrastructure and the development of new infrastructure, helps to deal with a situation where infrastructure funds in a municipality are either exhausted or have been used on other programs. The vision, therefore, of what the ANC government is trying to do with this amendment bill has the foresight of ensuring greater reliability and availability of municipal infrastructure to sustain economic activities and increase the municipal revenue base. Once development charges as a source of municipal revenue exist under various pieces of municipal legislation, none provide clarity on how development charges should be levied or calculated. This has created fertile ground for litigation and delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects. The negative result of all of this has been that municipalities have drawn back, realizing that litigation caused negativity impacts on scarce resources. Therefore, municipalities have not fully utilized development charges despite their potential of providing an alternative option for finance municipal infrastructure. The The changes that the select committee led by the ANC have brought to the amendment bill strengthen and bring greater sharpness and clarity, thus doing away with any ambiguity and avoiding chances of litigation. These are not technical changes, as some would want to say. The changes that are being placed before us today strengthen the policy intent of what government is doing and deals with restraint as well. Therefore, the amendment that the cost of capital infrastructure assets required to meet increased demand for existing and planned external
Chair, on a
engineering.
point of order, Chair.
Do we have a hand there?
Chair.
Honorable Mautwe, we have the screens. Why don't you raise your hand?
Oh, my apologies, Chair. I'm using a different
Okay,
gadget. So
what's your point of order? Proceed.
yeah, no, I've raised my hand. Can the speaker explain what she's saying, Chair? Because I can't hear what she's saying. Can she explain it in simpler terms? What
Okay,
exactly
thank
she's
you.
saying?
Thank you. That's not a point of order. Proceed, honorable member.
Okay.
Proceed, honorable member.
Okay, therefore, the amendment that the cost of capital infrastructure asset required to meet increased demand for existing and planned external engineering services be included in the amendment bill is critical to ensure that development changes can be levied in this key and expanding area. Similarly, expanded the definition of capital infrastructure asset means land, property, buildings, or any other immovable asset, including plant and equipment required for the provision of an engineering service, parks and open spaces, or an municipal service is provided for instead of narrowing down definitions, which then result in the exclusion of the ability to levy development charges. The amendments also have supported the long view policy position of the ANC that where link engineering
Thank you,
services-
honorable member. Your time is up.
Tshwanelo-ke.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion as moved by the chief whip of the majority party?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. Noted. Yes, Babu.
Please note the overwhelming support of the IFP.
Honorable Tellers, it's unfortunate that we are only asking for objections.
Madam Chair, and please note the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you. With those objections that the report is agreed to, and the bill will be sent to the president for assent. The secretary will read the ninth order.
Consideration of report of Home Affairs on establishment of electoral reform consultation panel.
Thank you. May I now recognize the Honorable Chabani, the chairperson, to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members. The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs have considered a report by the Minister of Home Affairs on the establishment of electoral consultation panel. This is in line with the provision on the Electoral Amendment Act provided in Section 23, Section 1, that the Minister of Home Affairs within 4 months after commencement of the Electoral Amendment Act 2023 must establish the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. Emphasis is made that the panel must perform its function in a manner that enables Parliament to exercise its constitutional powers to determine the electoral system. In the report, the committee on the process of the establishment of the panel, the minister reported that the second notice to advertise in the government gazette was on the 21st July 2023, and in consultation with the Independent Electoral Commission, it was extended to 11th August 2023. In constituting the panel, the minister must call on the public and any interested parties to nominate South Africans who meet the following criteria: have the necessary skills, experience, academic qualification in the administration and running of the elections, are not members of parliament or of any provincial legislature, have not in the past 12 months been office bearers or employees of any political parties. As a committee, we raised a number of concerns that include the deadline to establish the panel that has been missed, that the nominated list does not meet the demographics of South Africa, and the list lacked representation of both young people and women. In light of the concerns raised, House Chair, on the 4th of December 2023, the committee recommended to the minister to consider reopening the process to call upon members of the public as well as interested parties to nominate fit and proper South Africans to participate in the panel, including the IEC representative who will serve as a resource persons on electoral matters. The committee further resolved on the time frame that the minister must report to the proposed names for consideration by this August House. House Chairperson, the committee tabled this report for consideration by this August House, conscious of the fact that the process to appoint the panel within the legislative timeframe has lapsed, and to re-advertise for broader consultation. I thank you.
Siyabonga Mhlonishwa Shabane. Ngithathe le thuba ucela usotswebhu wenhlangano eziningi ukuphawula.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the report be adopted by the House. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Manje ke ngizawugunyaza inhlangano ezifisa ukuphawula zenze njalo, kodwa akwazeke ukuthi imilayezo yabo izawulawulwa isikhathi. DA.
House Chair, the ANC does not want electoral reform because the ANC, to quote Kgalema Motlanthe, has no appetite for an electoral system that creates accountability. Who has taken accountability for the ANC's 16 billion rand under expenditure in the last financial year? So you should look at the log in your own eye before you look at the splinter in somebody else's eye. Now, in the time it's taken for them to fail establish the electoral reform panel, they have drafted and pushed through electoral reform changes that puts 35 million rand into their pockets that was meant for smaller political parties. And so we find ourselves failing to appoint an electoral reform panel months after it was supposed to be established. The criteria for persons to serve on the panel in terms of the Electoral Amendment Act is the necessary skills, expertise, experience, knowledge, or academic qualifications in the administration of elections or constitutional law. But like a stop sign to a ministerial motorcade, the minister saw these requirements as a mere suggestion and decided to include additional criteria such as demographics, while at the same time deciding to exclude suitably qualified persons. But according to the committee, the list still lacked representation of women and young people, and resolved that the process of public nomination should be reopened to attract more females and young people. So the question is, where are the tin swallows? In late 2022, Minister Blade and Zimandi confirmed that out of 100 students that start school, only 12 qualify to get into university, and out of those, only 4 leave with a degree. How many of those would achieve a legal qualification? According to Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, a staggering 81 out of those 100 grade 4 pupils in South Africa cannot even read for meaning. How many of these today cannot even read a job advert, never mind apply? The DA proposes a bold solution when we take over government in 2024 that will ensure that learners can write and count. Each child will get 210 full teaching days per year, and learners in grades R to 3 will get 2 hours a day of reading and writing and 1 hour of maths. Dit sal die aantal graad 4 leerders wat vir betekenis kan lees verdriedubbel en 'n kans gee om voort te gaan en soorte kwalifikasies en ondervinding te verwerf om aansoek te kan doen vir 'n rol op 'n verkiesingshervormingspaneel of ander werk te kry waarin hulle belangstel. We wonder where the youth applicants are for the electoral reform panel. According to the latest quarterly labor force survey, 69% of youth aged 15 to 24 are locked out of opportunity and would love to be able to apply. Growing up, they could barely afford to eat, never mind be expected to concentrate on their studies. This is why the new DA-led government in 2024 will ensure that the child support grant is increased to the same level as the official food poverty line. This means the child support grant under a DA government will be increased from 510 Rand to 760 Rand, an extra 250 Rand per recipient every month. And then there are the suitably qualified nominees for the panel who met all the legislated requirements and were rejected for requirements that are not in the Act. En dit is hoekom 'n DA-regering kaderontplooiing sal afskaf en kriminaliseer. Die feit dat die minister nie 'n puntetabel kon verskaf wat die gewig van die verskillende kriteria en die tellings van elke genomineerde toon nie, sê vir ons dat hulle kriteria opgestel het om diegene wat nie op 'n kaderontplooiingslys is nie te diskwalifiseer. The DA agreed to allow the process to reopen as applicants were unfairly disregarded, but does not support the additional criteria. As much as the DA rejects quotas in favor of real interventions that benefit all South Africans, we have to recognize that the lack of women and youth applicants 30 years into democracy shows how badly this government has failed South Africans. Its failure to provide a decent education and increase the pool of qualified young people that can access opportunity. It is up to every South African to register and cast their vote in 2024 to ensure that this ANC government is held accountable through the ballot box.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The motion is that the report be adopted. No, I'm sorry, the EFF.
Thank you, Chair. House Chair, the EFF rejected the names that were presented to the Portfolio Committee because they were not demographical representative of the people of South Africa. Out of the people that were submitted, only 4 were women nominated, and no young person or people with disabilities were nominated to form part of the panel. The EFF will never support anything that does not include women, who constitute majority of the in this country, which is about 51% of the population. The Electoral Reform Panel is tasked with a serious work looking at ways to improve our electoral system and ensure that we're alive to the current realities. The EFF will pay close attention to the nomination process and ensure that the people who will form part of this panel are not in any way linked to any of the George Soros-funded NGOs whose ultimate goal is to weaken black majority in South Africa. Among amagama chairperson that have been recommended was Johan Kriel, an apartheid judge who has sent revolutionaries to prison and today is in the forefront of attacking black judges in the panel. Johan Kriel made his views on the electoral panel clear during his speech in the Helen Suzman Foundation. Utenje akaiboni kwa reason yoba why should we have this panel. Kodwa, this so-called minister of ours goes and appoints him to serve in this committee, which is
Honorable Member.
Something that we should
Member.
be. The minister opted to leave credible people.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
There's a point of order.
Chair.
What's the point of order, Honorable?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 83. We cannot refer to a member of the House as a so-called so-and-so. I think that it is derogatory and the member must withdraw that. Thank you.
What was that?
Niyancokola ngoku.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. I would advise that whenever we refer to members, we do that in respectful terms. In this particular case, the honorable member of the EFF did not necessarily point to a particular person.
Thank you, sir.
But I would, however, request that please, whenever we raise issues of this nature or talk to each other, please let us recognize that fact that we need to respect each other. Please.
Thank you. Should I proceed, Chair?
Myself, basically,
Yes.
I know that under Rule 92, I was supposed to go the other route, but he was referring to the so-called minister who presented the list. So-called minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe, I have ruled on that, but I will seek advice on that and come back with that. Honorable Mani, what is your point?
Thank you, Chair. I think you sort of covered me because you have ruled on the matter and it's not clear why Honorable Hadebe is insisting.
Okay, honorable members, thank you very much. Let's continue. IFP?
My time, I've not finished speaking, Chair.
Yes, sit down, you're done.
The IFP?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson.
Oh,
Honorable
by the way, the honorable member has not yet
Chair,
finished. Oh, it's not an
No.
echo. He had just
You
not
have
finished.
finished.
Please
I'm not
continue
finished.
with your input. Please continue with your input. honorable
Remove this
member.
person, man. It's
Akapheli
wasting our
ixesha
time.
lam, Chairperson. Cela undiyeke ndiqhubeke.
Yes, 15
Qhubeka,
seconds.
Tony.
Please finish in 15 seconds quickly. Aziz.
Kukhona abantu abathethayo apha abanganyanzelekanga.
Honorable
Okay, thank
TD,
you.
please.
Yeah, the minister opted
Qhubeka,
to
Tony.
leave. Okay. The minister opted to leave credible persons like Mr. Terry Tsalane to accommodate scumbags like Krikwa. Part of the things that the electoral reform panel must look into is synchronization of national and provincial and municipal elections. The automatic inclusion of all South Africans of voting age into the national voters' roll and lowering of the voting age to 16 years. The EFF believes that the synchronization of elections will significantly reduce the cost of running elections and increase voter turnout. The EFF believes that we must do away with registering people to vote. Each and every South African citizen of voting age must be automatically included in the voters' roll. The IEC spends a lot of money on voter registration, but our voters' roll still excludes a significant number of people. Furthermore, Chair, we believe that the voting age should be lowered to 16 years. It is the young people of this country who liberated this country from apartheid in their school uniform. Many of them were learners below the age of 18. If young people can make such a profound contribution to our struggle and pay ultimate price for it, why should we exclude them from choosing government of their own choice? The electoral panel must look into this new phenomenon of white billionaires being initiators of some of these political parties that are mushrooming in South Africa. It is not a coincidence that all political parties are funded by white political billionaires who hold same views on critical issues facing our nation because of people who sponsor them and dictate to them what are the views that should be dealt with. We reject this report that is presented by Home Affairs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, last week during the SONA debates, we heard many Alice in Wonderland tales as the ANC tried to paint a picture of its so-called successes, while also trying to spin its failures, like its immigration crisis or load shedding, which the Honorable Sylvia Lucas shockingly labeled as not the end of the world. But the award for the best spin gone wrong goes to the Honorable Manamela, who told us that he could not remember anything the late IFP founder did. Honorable Manamela is far too young to be suffering from amnesia. So let me remind this House about Prince Buthelezzi's work as the Minister of Home Affairs, a position he served in for a decade. During this time, he championed electoral reform, which led to the Van Zyl-Slabbert report. At the time, Prince Buthelezi said, and I quote, "The electoral system defines the terms of the fundamental compact between the voters and their elective representatives. It is that which defines the very matrix of our democracy. We appointed the electoral task team. Now, more than ever before, the public debate is focusing on the features of an electoral system which can produce genuine accountability. There is a general recognition that it is incumbent upon us to strengthen the bond of accountability. We must do so in a system which also meets the other criteria of fairness, inclusivity, and simplicity. Electoral reform, Chairperson, therefore, and strengthening accountability was the work Prince Buthelezi started many decades ago. That was IFP leadership. Instead of implementing Mtwana's work, the ANC simply rejected this report, thereby proving that robust, accountable electoral system wasn't in their best interests. Decades later, South Africans were forced to approach the Constitutional Court to secure electoral reform. And therefore, the report before us today again speaks to electoral reform. This time, the Minister of Home Affairs was tasked to establish the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel, much like reinventing the wheel. The report indicates that the Minister was late in starting the work on the panel and that the applicants did not meet the specified criteria. And therefore, the process should be reopened. We agree with all of these points. House Chairperson, in conclusion, the trust deficit between our leaders and our voters is now unbridgeable. South Africa will make itself heard at the ballot box in 2024 by voting for the IFP, because we need more than just electoral reform, we need a change in leadership. Die IFP ondersteun die verslag en ons vra ook Suid-Afrikaners om te gaan registreer om te stem. Dankie, voorsitter, ons dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. FF Plus. Oh.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The South African political landscape is complex, with diverse views on electoral reform. Research and consensus on significant changes is difficult, especially given historical distrust between parties. The Act requires the Minister to have regard to the need of the panel to be broadly representative of South African society. The panel's mandate focuses on the electoral system for national and provincial elections, leaving out key areas like local government elections and party funding, which can hinder comprehensive reform. Public participation with open consultations and public submissions can bring diverse viewpoints and ideas to the table, fostering engagement and legitimacy. Learning from other countries' successfully electoral reforms can inform South Africa's approach and the identification of specific issues hindering fair and effective elections. Proposing actionable solutions can increase chances of implementation. Chair, it is therefore important to involve experts with diverse backgrounds and neutral stances that can add credibility and objectivity to the reform process. The overall achievability of the Electoral Reform Council remains uncertain, and overcoming the challenges depends on the panel's ability to engage stakeholders effectively, hold consensus, and propose practical solutions within the given time frame. The final impact of the Council will depend not only on its recommendations, but also on the government's willingness to implement them. Ultimately, the achievability of meaningful electoral reform in South Africa hinges on cooperative efforts, commitment to democratic principles, and a collective desire for a fair and effective electoral system. The process should be reopened, Chair. Voorsitter, tyd sal leer dat Suid-Afrika uiteindelik 'n totaal nuwe bedeling benodig en dat 'n gedokterde stemstelsel geensins 'n volhoubare demokrasie in Suid-Afrika sal kan bevorder. Die VF+ steun nie die verslag vir die huis vandag. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, ACDP.
There's no declaration from the ACDP, Chair.
Thank you. UDM. ATM. Good.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson, and allow me to thank this department for ensuring that Palestinians can come to this country without a visa. So I think I must commend them for the manner in which they accelerated the process of ensuring visa-free entry into South Africa. But I at the same time hope that they will put stringent measures to ensure that Zionists coming into the country are not coming here with any hidden agenda, but are coming to visit and return timelessly. Now, Chairperson, we welcome the panel that has been put in place. However, we have a few concerns which we think should be included and/or this panel should consider in the future. And one is, I think, the issue of ensuring that a conflict resolution committee be put in place at a level that will be able to deal with instability and infighting in political parties. And I say this simply because millions of rands are lost of taxpayers' money in running to court. And if they can't solve their own problems, then how are they expected to govern? So I think if we can put a committee of this place in, it will go a long way in trying to save taxpayers. And if people can't then abide by it, of course, you should shut them down. Of course, we need to deal with the issue of funding because I think you've got to level the playing field. Now, I know larger parties believe that they are entitled to a lot more, yes, but I think the opportunity should be given to smaller parties to also participate. Of course, on condition they don't sell their principles and ethos for a couple of rand here and there, which is what is happening in some of the coalition governments that we have currently. I did say that they must ensure that the elections are free and fair, but I think we must be very cautious. I hear many people talking about democracy. Democracy is an ideology that has been imposed on us by the West and colonialists. And that is to achieve their own selfish objects. And we are falling into that trap, which causes a lot of division and mayhem amongst our people. So, you know, my former leader used to say, and she once said to me, too much democracy is sometimes counterproductive. So she saw through the colonialists and what their intention is when they introduce these things. So I hope that this particular panel will take these things into consideration and ensure that when we have elections, they will be free, fair, credible, and very importantly, they will also concentrate on things like media coverage, how certain media houses prefer certain people because they have been captured. So these are some of the things that we're hoping that will be dealt with by this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. AIC. Hope. PAC. Al-Jama. ANC.
Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members of Parliament, honorable House Chair, allow me to take this opportunity to appreciate the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs for tabling this report on our behalf for consideration by this House. In the same vein, we appreciate the engagements of the members of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs regarding this matter and whose recommendations have been adequately presented by the Chair. This report tabled deals with a matter that is critical for the entrenchment of our democratic system. It is therefore a matter that should be undertaken in a manner that appreciates its weight. One of the indicators of democratic practices include the participation in elections, both for the candidates who intends to be representatives of the people as well as the people as voters. This participation in elections should happen in an environment that is free and fair. Our electoral system, therefore, should have it at its core, the assurance of free and fair elections. As the ANC, we stand in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the establishment of the Electoral Consultation Panel. In this regard, we appreciate the work done by the Department of Home Affairs in line with the Electoral Amendment Act that provides for the establishment of the Electoral Consultation Panel that will independently investigate, consult on, report on, and make recommendations in respect of potential reforms of the electoral system for the election of the National Assembly and the election of the provincial legislature, as the chair of the Portfolio Committee has alluded to. As a committee, we raised a number of concerns regarding the nominated list of candidates that will potentially serve on the panel, and amongst this was that the list as presented to the committee falls short of representation of the demographics of our country, the representation of women, which we deem crucial in this democracy, as well as young people that are not included. We are therefore in support of the recommendations of the committee that the process of the nomination of candidates to serve on the panel be extended with a view of ensuring that the concerns raised are taken into consideration. We reiterate our support for the recommendation that members of the Independent Electoral Commission, the IEC, should also be allowed to be members of the panel, should they be nominated. Their presence and participation in the panel will enrich the process, given their knowledge, experience, and skills on electoral matters. In this regard, we urge South Africans to identify men and women, including young people, who are fit and proper to be part of the panel that will make recommendations to Parliament on the kind of electoral system that South Africa should consider going forward. The matter of electoral reform is a critical issue for our democracy. It requires an inclusive and consultative process that will ensure that in the end, we find an all-inclusive electoral system that we need. This process is born out of the process of the amendment of the Electoral Act to give effect to the Constitutional Court order regarding the provision of independent candidates to participate in the elections. This process must be consistent with our democratic system of representative and participatory democracy. It should ensure that South Africans from all walks of life participate both at the level of being considered to be part of the panel and also through their representatives in the process. Of critical importance, House Chair, is that the nomination of candidates to serve on the panel should consider the qualifications, experience, and skills of individuals they wish to nominate. This must also be South Africans of high ethical stature. By emphasizing on women and the youth, the intention is to ensure that the voices of our women and young people find expression in this process that will go a long way in defining the electoral system of South Africa. Now, let me remind this august House, it's a silly season, and politicking and grandstanding is the order of the day. But let us remind ourselves that the matter at hand is a discussion of the electoral reform panel and not the failed moon-packed shot or false images of a failed DA regime. We conclude by urging this House to consider and support the report as tabled, and in particular, to support the recommendations as presented. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The motion is that the report be adopted. Honorable Member from the DA.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
And please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
And the objection of the ACDP Chair.
Noted, Honorable Member.
Please note the objection of the EFF Chair.
Noted, thank you. Are there any objections? They have been noted. Thank you. No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of World Trade Organization Fisheries Subsidies Agreement in terms of Section 2312 of Constitution 1996.
The Honorable Hermans.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Greetings to our Honorable Chief Whip, Pemi Castellina Majudina, and all members of this august House. On the 19th of December 2023, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition tabled a request for Parliament to approve the ratification of the World Trade Organization's agreement on fishery subsidies. In terms of Section 231(2) of the Constitution, an international agreement only binds the Republic after it has been approved by resolution in both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. On the 6th of February 2024, the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition considered the Minister's request for approval by Parliament of the World Trade Organization's agreement on fisheries and subsidies. The purpose of the agreement is to protect fishing stocks in high seas from overfishing and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. Overfishing and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in high seas negatively impact the sustainability of marine resources of coastal states and consequently affect the livelihoods of coastal communities. Overfishing and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in high seas cannot be regulated by coastal states, as this is outside the maritime jurisdiction of these countries. Therefore, an international agreement is required to address this challenge. This agreement is the first of two phases. In the first phase, protection is offered by prohibiting the use of fishery subsidies to vessels or operators engaged in such fishing activities. The second phase is still under negotiation at the World Trade Organization. It will cover more contentious issues relating to overfishing and overcapacity. This will also need to be ratified once concluded. There was general agreement by committee members of the need to protect the world's fishing stocks, as the deterioration thereof has a negative impact on local fishing communities and their livelihoods. In this regard, members welcome the efforts of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment to engage local fishing communities while negotiating the agreement. Ratification to the agreement is expected to provide for better fisheries management in South Africa and globally by requiring greater transparency and improving data collection on the stock status of vulnerable fisheries and on related subsidies. South Africa is well placed to implement the agreement given its existing membership to several regional fisheries management bodies and international treaties and agreements. The committee is of the view that South Africa should show its commitment to curb illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing by ratifying this agreement. The committee recommends that the House, in terms of Section 2312 of the Constitution, approves the World Trade Organization's agreement on fisheries subsidies for ratification. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hermans. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and let me recognize the members of the Democratic Alliance, the government in waiting, and our Deputy Chief Whip, Annelie Lottreet, in the House today. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the report to Parliament today to ratify the World Trade Organization agreement on fisheries subsidies. The agreement relates to overfish stocks and fishing in the unregulated high seas outside of our waters, as well as providing a dispute settlement mechanism in the WTO. The DA also aligns itself with the global sustainable management of fisheries and fish stocks, as we understand that this is in South Africa's interest, particularly for those communities that rely on fishing for their livelihood, many of whom are found in the Western Cape, that continues to lead the scoreboard on creating jobs in South Africa. In fact, 2/3 of all jobs are now created in the Western Cape, as advanced by the quarterly labour force survey released today. Should this House agree to the agreement, it will contribute not only to globally sustainable fisheries, but also our own very domestic fishing industry. Another important part of this agreement is to fund and provide technical assistance and capacity building to least developed countries to assist them in implementing this agreement. It should be noted that this agreement is phase one of the broader agreement, which was adopted at MC12 in Geneva 2 years ago, and it is hoped that the second phase of negotiations towards developing a comprehensive and full agreement on fisheries subsidies will be concluded at MC13 in Abu Dhabi next week. The dispute mechanism will allow any member who fails to adhere to the agreement to be brought before the WTO for sanction. And this is important because we know very well that Chinese trawlers from China who fund the ANC are overfishing our seas without consequences and without a word of condemnation from the ANC and government, to the detriment of our country and our fishermen. In closing, a well-managed fishing industry is crucial for South Africa and communities who live off of the sea. By dealing with countries that subsidize overfishing off of our waters like China, we will be able to promote sustainable fishing and preserve our exclusive economic zones off of our coast. The DA supports this report and the ratification of the agreement. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Mayika, your hand is up. What's your point of order?
No, Chair, Chair, it's not a point of order. I wanted the speaker on the podium, when he is still there. He has never acknowledged the chief whip of the opposition party, but today he made a special acknowledgement of the deputy chief whip of the opposition party.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mayika. But so it's something of the past. You may continue, Honourable Member.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, the incoming government of South Africa, which is the EFF, notes that the first phase of the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement was adopted by consensus at the World Trade Organization's 12th Ministerial Conference held in Geneva on the 12th and 17th of June 2022. This was done in order to set new bindings, multilateral rules to curb harmful subsidies, which are a key factor in the widespread depletion of the world's fish stocks. In addition, the agreement was supposed to provide a clear mandate to the needs of developing and least developed countries. This agreement prohibits support for illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing, bans support for the fishing overfish stocks, and subsidies for fishing on the unregulated high seas. It is therefore recommended that South Africa ratifies this agreement. This House must note that the global sustainable management of fisheries and fish stocks are in the interest of the world population, including South Africa and her communities that are dependent on the resource of their livelihood. Severe impact on coastal states through the depletion of marine resources robs coastal communities of their livelihood, and dealing with the IUU will benefit South Africa and the African continent's waters. The implementation of this agreement is supposed to contribute to the global sustainability of fisheries and fish stocks, as fishing in the high seas impact on the fish resource globally and impact all coastal nations, including ours. It must be remembered that South Africa has a large population of people who depend directly and indirectly to the seas. Therefore, this House must remember that illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing cannot be controlled through national legislation only, as no country has jurisdiction over the high seas. Control can only be achieved through an international instrument and support of nations. It must be noted that South Africa is a member of international fisheries organizations, and the relevant South African laws and policies are already against IUU fishing. The Fisheries Subsidies Agreement Phase 1, therefore, does not bring a new dimension to South Africa's policy position. Thus, South Africa is seeking a balanced outcome under Phase 2 of the negotiations on the overfishing and overcapacity, safeguards the interest in artisanal and substance fishers. The agreement should not preserve the status quo, and the aim should not be to ensure that large subsidizers and distant water fishing nations take more responsibility. The EFF acknowledges that the challenges in fisheries still exist, and creating a balance between maximizing the social and economic potential of the fisheries industry, protecting the integrity and quality of the marine and coastal ecosystems, and addressing transformation in the sector is still a huge factor. The EFF supports with caution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. IFP.
Ngibonge ithuba sihlalo. The IFP welcomes this. The IFP welcomes the agreement, as it means our calls for sustainable fishing can no longer be ignored or simply skimmed over. The 2022 trailer and supplier participation schemes report has indicated that South Africans are opting for sustainable sourced seafood because they are becoming more aware of what might happen should the fishing industry continue with irresponsible practices such as overfishing and unsustainable fish farming. Considering that the fisheries subsidies agreement recognizes the need for developing a lasting development developed country, members and established a fund to provide technical assistance and capacity building to help them implement the obligation. We encouraged the government to take full advantage of this opportunity to advance and solidify the practice of sustainable fishing in our country. Sihlalo, ngesikhathi umnyango usemunye u-Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries, kwakuyisililo esikhulu sokuthi abadobi labo bekebhe ey'nkulu yibona abakhinyabeza ukusizakala kwabafowethu abasacathulayo ekudobeni. Ngakho kufanele uqiniseke umnyango ukuthi uyagadwa along the coast ngoba iy'nkampani noma imikhumbi yamazwe angaphandle kakhulukazi wase-China iyona yayimningi ukuba izodoba la igcina ikhinyabeza abafowethu nodadewethu abasizakalayo ekuyiphiliseni ngokudoba. Ugulolu belunenkinga kakhulukazi ngale ngako-East ko-Richards Bay. Biminingi imikhumbi yako-China ebegudla njalo iyehle iza ko-Eastern Cape udoda ofish okuyizinto ebezikhinyabeza abantu bakithi kuze kuzofika nala e-Western Cape. So-ke siyakwesekela ukuthi umnyango ungene kulo mkhankaso nombhidla ngokuthi kube khona ivumelwano ezihlonishwayo ekubhekeleni abafowethu nodadewethu abayiphilisa ngokudoba abasafufusayo. Ngiyathokoza.
Siyabonga ndaba esithi. FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Chair, the Freedom Front Plus recognized the benefits of the fisheries subsidy agreements in leveling the playing field for South African fishermen who operate sustainably, and also to promote the conservation and sustainable management of fish stocks in South Africa and fish exports. However, there are concerns. The 12-year-old implementation period for developing countries is simply too long. The Freedom Front Plus is not convinced that our country has got the capacity to implement this agreement effectively, especially seeing with the chaos that Transnet left our ports. The Freedom Front Plus nevertheless support the report for the House, before the House today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, this report was brought before the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition Portfolio Committee for ratification of the completed first phase of the World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies as recommended by Cabinet. It sets new binding multilateral rules to curb harmful subsidies, which are a key factor in the widespread depletion of the world's fish stocks, including South Africa's. The agreement recognizes and provides for special differential treatment to address the needs of developing and least developed countries, albeit in the form of transitional periods. It also establishes a fund to provide technical assistance and capacity building to help these countries implement the obligations. It prohibits the support of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, bans the support for fishing overfished stocks, and subsidies for fishing on the unregulated high seas. While supporting the recommendation, the ACDP is concerned about the implementation of this treaty, as 110 ratifications are required for entry into force, yet to date, only 52 member countries have ratified. The ACDP is also keenly aware that currently at the World Health Organization, there are plans underway to amend the International Health Regulations of 2005, which, if passed, will erode the absolute sovereignty of our country and remove our people's right to participate in health decisions, have implications of adopted proposed international health regulation amendments, will see the World Health Organization acting ultra vires outside of its scope, and will cause the World Health Organization to violate its constitution and processes. Now, just as the World Trade Organization's Fisheries Subsidies Treaty is brought before this Parliament for ratification, the ACDP demands that the International Health Regulations of 2005 be brought before both houses for debate and ratification, and that our health outcomes are not determined by unelected World Health Organization officials. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. UDM? ATM? Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, sustainability of our environment is essential if we hope to leave the next generation a world to inhabit. And as we race to meet a profit margin or harvest a resource faster than our competitor, we must remember that the ocean resources are finite. As good, we welcome the decision to join other emerging nations such as Uruguay and Senegal in signing what is an important step in ensuring the longevity of our oceans. Worldwide, we've seen the dangers of overfishing and the impact that a lack of internationally recognized protection of species can have on the survival of the species. Degradation of marine habitats and the decline in fish stocks is inevitable should this treaty be ignored. The focus on unclaimed territory is another aspect which makes it worthy of support. With these resources being finite, it is imperative that neutral seas be protected under a unified cause. This alone will be crucial in maintaining global population control and protection. While we welcome this international accord, we hope that this action can be taken while acknowledging the need for local reform in both fishing and environmental protection. It is vital that we continue to make international environmental policy decisions while furthering our local policy simultaneously. The allocation of fishing quotas in South Africa needs urgent attention, as small-scale and generational fishing communities are being squeezed out of their livelihoods. We ask that the new quotas consider economic ramifications in the areas most affected by these changes. Small-scale fisheries have lower quota allocations and less rights. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, these communities were economically stifled by international trade laws and a smaller market, which led to loss of jobs and income. Poaching is a direct offset of poverty, and we should be careful not to create an environment where this is the only alternative due to neglect. International climate solidarity is crucial in keeping this planet sustainable for future generations, and Good welcomes this progress, but we caution the departments to be careful and mindful that while we move forward to an environmentally sustainable future, we cannot afford to leave behind one of the communities that rely on this environment the most. The fishing community needs their livelihoods protected, and they also need support as we transition to the protection of the ocean's bounty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The coast of Gaza is 40 kilometers long, with some of the largest marine mammals, reptiles, and fish. But more importantly, gateway to the Mediterranean. So you can see why the Zionists are after Gaza. They won't stop. But now, Chairperson, the question we need to ask ourselves here, what is this entire agreement all about? Is this agreement all about protecting those big conglomerates, Oceania, I&J, Sea Harvest? Remember, the wealth of this country, we said, belongs to the people, but it's not in control of the people. If you look at what is happening in the Western Cape, particularly with all the small-scale fishers, and not only the small-scale fishers, but even those that are a little larger than that, the quotas that are being given to these companies, foreign companies on our shores, our people are going hungry. They are starving. Coincidentally, I met with some of them in Lambert's Bay over the weekend. You will be shocked at the living conditions of these, our very own small-scale fishers, because they are being totally ignored. Now the question is, why are we playing this game of only working with the big people that want to come to this country, these big organizations? Our mining sector is exactly the same. Our health sector is controlled. Our food sector is controlled. Our automotive industry is controlled. Your fishing industry is controlled. And let me tell you what I've discovered, that these companies are owned by the same people, but they are getting all the large quotas at the expense of the fishing communities in the Western Cape. Is that fair? What have we done to Hout Bay? I'm told there was supposed to be some development there to benefit the fishing community, but it has never happened, just standing there redundant. What has happened to that? Is it not time? Is it not time to give back to our very own people? Why? So I think we need to get the department to look very seriously into this. The time has come to reclaim our wealth in this country and let our people benefit from it. Right now, this, as far as I'm concerned, is just going to protect those large-scale fishing companies. It's not going to be in the interest of our small-scale fishing. And we need to protect these people. This is what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Imam. AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. ANC.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, House Chair, Thobela, honorable members. The struggle for a better life is a struggle that has been embedded in ANC policy since its establishment, which aims to ensure that humanity develops a harmonious, sustainable relationship with nature. This means that the struggle ensure sustainability is global. We are enjoined by Section 24 of South African Constitution to ensure that the environment is protected for the benefit of present and future generations by, among other things, securing ecological, sustainable development and use natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development. It is perhaps important to highlight why it is so important for Parliament to ratify this agreement. This agreement is not merely a piece of paper. It is a crucial instrument of safeguarding the sustainability of our ocean and the prosperity of our fishing communities. Illegal, unregulated, and unprotected fishing pose a grave threat to the health of our marine ecosystems and the livelihoods of millions of fishermen and women worldwide. By circumventing regulations and exploiting vulnerable stocks, illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing undermines conservation efforts, destabilizes fish population, and deprives legitimate fishermen of the rightful catch. It is a problem that knows no borders, requiring coordinated action at the international level to effectively combat. The World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies provide a framework for such coordinated action. By prohibiting subsidies that directly contribute to illegal and unregulated, unreported fishing, the agreement strikes at the heart of illicit practice, depriving it of the financial support it relies upon to operate. Additionally, by banning subsidies for fishing on overfished stocks and the unregulated high seas, the agreement promotes responsible stewardship of our oceans, ensuring that fish stocks are harvested sustainable and equitable. For South Africa, a nation with a rich maritime heritage and a thriving fishing industry, ratifying this agreement is not just a matter of compliance. It is a statement of commitment to the principle and objects set out in the medium-term strategic framework and the National Development Plan, which include commitments to sustain development and responsible governance. By joining the ranks of nations that have already ratified the agreement, South Africa can take a leading role in the global effort to combat illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing and promote the sustainable management of our ocean. It is important to note that the benefit of ratification extend beyond the sphere of environmental conservation. By aligning our fisheries policies with international standards, we enhance the competitiveness of our fishing industry in the global marketplace, opening up new opportunities for trade and investment. Moreover, by demonstrating our commitment to responsible fishing practice, we strengthen our position as trusted partner in the international community, paving the way for great cooperative and collaboration on a wide range of issues. The agreement is a tool for better fisheries management, will strengthen South Africa and global sustainable fisheries management system through transparency requirement and improving data collection on the stock status of vulnerable fisheries and unrelated subsidies. Vulnerable groups such as coastal communities and small-scale fishers rely heavily on fish as protein source. South Africa ratification of the first phase of the World Trade Organization Fisheries Subsidies Agreement provide a basic to contribute toward the livelihood of this community. South Africa will need to safeguard the interests of the vulnerable groups. In practical terms, what does it mean for South Africa and its ocean economy? Simply put, it offers a lifeline for the preservation of our marine resource and the sustainability of our fishing sector. By capping excessive subsidies that fuel overcapacity and illegal fishing practice, the World Trade Organization empowers our government to implement policies that promote responsible fishing practice and safeguard our livelihoods of our fishermen. The ANC-led government has demonstrated clearly commitment towards utilizing the ocean economy as a critical part of ensuring inclusive growth and creating opportunities for small-scale farmers. In recognizing the importance of the inclusive growth, the government has implemented various initiatives to empower small-scale fishermen and women, providing them with the resource and the support they need to thrive in a competitive market through targeted interventions and capacity building programs. The ANC-led government has ensured that the community are not left behind, but are instead active participants in the sustainable development of our ocean economy. Honorable Chair, in giving practical expression in the values enshrined in our constitution, it is incumbent on us to protect future generation and create a better life for only for us, for a better life, not for only for us and working class, vulnerable group, but for generation to come. The ANC support the ratification of the agreement.
Honorable member, thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members.
The member of ANC are not respecting the
there-
chairperson.
You're out of order yourself.
Honorable Jobe, please don't do that. Are there any objections to the approval of the World Trade Organization Fisheries Subsidies Agreement as it appears on the order paper? No objections agreed to. Honorable members, there are two requests that I would like to make. Actually, this is part of reminders that members are not allowed to take photos while in the house. So please, let's not do that. Well, I'm not sure about selfies, but members are not allowed to take photos.
House
And
Chair,
honorable
can I
members, the
take
other
a
reminder,
photo of the chief whip of the
the
ANC?
other reminder, order. The other reminder is that when we come to the last item, which is adjournment, honorable members will be reminded to a request will remain to the honorable members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. Could you let us please do that? And that concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.
Long live the chair. Long live Chief Whip.